Welcome everybody. We are starting our stream for the day. This is a live stream and our so here's some art motivation as a question. And that's what the title of the stream is. Will you suffer if you don't make art? And that's the question right there, that if you feel like you want to paint, if you feel like you have to draw, do digital art, I think that question can motivate you. If you feel like you wouldn't suffer without art, then you're not going to want to make it. But if you just if there's that feeling that some part of you will struggle, some part of you may die, some part of you may, you feel like some part of you may be lost if you don't make art, then if you answer that question as yes, then you'll probably be motivated to do it. So here we go. I've had this painting from yesterday. I'm actually going to work on a totally different painting, but just going to pop open my supplies here. But I wanted to start this video off. I was inspired by another Instagram video. I don't even know if this person was an artist who shared this question, but it was something along the lines of what I'm saying right now. If you need motivation, you just have to find your reason, find the reason that you want to do all the work. And if you can find that, you'll have plenty of motivation. But maybe sometimes, some people just have that drive. Like you feel like there's something that you have to do, that you must. There's some purpose, and maybe you just, some people don't know what their purpose is. Some people have to make up a purpose, and then some people find it really late or whatever. But as far as a drive to do something goes, some people do it in art. And with that, I hope that question itself is inspirational enough, is motivating enough, because rather than listening to someone give a motivational speech, which there's some great speakers on motivation. I've been to Tony Robbins a couple times, been to Grant Cardone events, been to seen Brian Tracy. So I've listened to a lot of people, Joe Vitale, a lot of motivational stuff, but sometimes the most powerful thing that you can do for yourself is ask yourself the question, or ask yourself a question that really makes you wonder whether you really need something. And somebody could talk for hours in a motivational way, like a coach or something, but if you can place if you do a well-placed question, sometimes that could be way more powerful than a really good speech. So right now I'm going to put this down. Actually, I have to pop open a new canvas. Actually, let me leave this up for a second. I really love the idea of motivating through questions. And this live stream is not necessarily a motivational talk as much as it is this idea of finding motivations for doing things, finding inspirations. I've asked myself lots of questions. What do I want to paint for? What is the purpose of streaming? What is all of this? And I'm not going to share my personal answers, but I think when you can sit and reflect on some of your reasons, your reflections, it can be really powerful motivationally. But of course, it is the beginning of the year, which means pretty much the whole world is motivated to do something, right? We've all got resolutions. Gym memberships are up by 80%, I think. So,
where were they today?
Gym membership sales. Oh yeah, you're right. Where were they? I don't know. I feel like there was people there. I don't know.
Anyone there yesterday?
Really? Okay. Well, maybe I'm wrong. But gym memberships are usually up at this time of year. But hey, Dondra Lee, what's going on? A bit while on a bike ride. Fantastic. So cool. So Dondra, I don't know if this is something that you want to chat about now, but have you thought about your book? Or if you need any help with that, let me know. There's some things that I can help on, but of course, you are the artist, and ultimately designing and choosing the artwork is, of course, as you know, that's a branding, personal thing. So anyway. Yeah, very powerful. So amazing. I'm so glad that you're able to pop in while you're doing a bike ride. Man, it's awesome that you're able to paint outdoors all the time. All right, cool. Well, hey, you know what? Let's chat, and then we can figure out what you need. We don't need to talk about it right now, but I just wanted to get an idea of, you know, what that situation was.
Paper? Plastic?
Yeah, no, I get it. For sure. So,
Oh, I see where you're going.
yeah, that is one great thing about some of the stuff that I told you about, but there are definitely some processes involved. So we can chat about that. But at the end of the day, you know, what I shared with you, you know, really is an opportunity to, you know, on one hand, you want somebody to handle certain elements of your work for you, but at the same time, you know, it's also nice to manage your own royalties as well. But of course, that could be very overwhelming for sure. So. Yeah, we'll talk about that more later. But anyway, that's great. I was talking to Don Drell, who's an artist in Los Angeles, about getting his artwork published into a nice book, because he has like so many great series of artworks that he does live stream as well that I think would look fantastic in just like a nice coffee table book. So. Anyway, let's get started on painting. I didn't really come in with anything specific in mind. So let's play around with some paint. Yesterday, I was a little bit disappointed doing some of the work because I didn't use any red. I really like the color red. So let me just get this cadmium red light down, and then we're going to throw down some yellow, which reminds me, I probably need to get some more paint soon. I always feel like I have a lot of paint, but at the same time, I feel like you can never have enough paint. It is quite the dilemma. I don't know if anyone else ever feels that way. But, yeah. So the idea of questions as motivations, one thing that I loved about one of my life coaches. So I had this one life coach. He was a highly... I don't want to say he was like a super well-known life coach on the whole planet, but he was a great life coach. And he was with a really reputable organization that does regular training. He's a Tony Robbins certified life coach. I'll just throw that out there. And the reason why I don't want to say that in the first place is because I don't want to give anyone expectations if they ever do get a Tony Robbins life coach of what they should expect. This is just one specific experience I had. But with this life coach, what was so powerful, Andre, I'll give him a shout out, was that, and I don't know if he did this just for me or whether he does this with all of his clients, but one of the most powerful things I got from my life coach, and I think it's probably because he knew my personality, was the power of a well-placed question, of a good question. And I think there are some people who want to need guidance, and that's what I thought that I sometimes wanted was, hey, just tell me what to do, man. Just like tell me where I should upload my videos. Tell me, what I should talk about. And during that career that I was working, some career moves that I was working with him on, he never really told me exactly like what I should do. And the most powerful thing that he did was ask me questions and then literally just listen. That was so powerful. I don't know why. And I kind of like, at one point, I was almost annoyed of like, because I knew what to expect, right? Like I knew that he would ask me a question. I knew that he would like get me to really challenge myself to think of the answers for myself. And I think that's part of the personality is, I like to come to my own conclusions. I like to, like I have a lot of like my own ideas, and rather than, telling me how I should do things or whatever, I thought the most powerful thing that my life coach did was just ask me amazing questions that got me to really think about what I was doing, why I was doing it, who I was doing it for, how, even helping me come up with my house. And it's almost like I realized that I did have the answers, although, it's not, I don't have the answers for everything, right? But I think it is true of all of us that we do have a lot of our own answers, even though we may not know everything, and we can find other people to help us along the way. At some level, deep down, we know what we need to do, and that's really something that I really discovered from my life coach. It was great that he was able to. He was just brilliant at asking questions. And there was sometimes, again, I was like annoyed that he would ask me a question about it, where like, on one hand I was like, why can't you just give me an answer? But, that's the difference really between like a mentor who's going to guide you and like carry you along versus a coach, which, sometimes they don't have all the answers. They can't, tell you exactly what you need to do. And depending on your personality, like mine, if I had the coach tell me what I needed to do, it's not like a sports coach trying to tell me to play, but like a life coach, sometimes explaining to someone what they should do, such as myself, a stubborn person who thinks I know what I need to do sometimes, is really kind of falls on deaf ears. So I really appreciated that from my life coach. The reason why I'm saying this is because it's the new year. I think it's an important time to like reflect on who we have in our, I haven't even started painting yet, who we have in our circles, our relationships, our, who we have as advisors, people that give us wisdom or guidance or whatever. Now, I don't have a life coach anymore. That's not because of them or anything. It wasn't like it was just, time and me figuring out some other things. And I think that's another good thing about a good life coach is not one that wants to keep you with them forever, unless you want to stay with them forever. But a good life coach is able to help you figure out what you need for a specific time, say 6 months, 3 months to a whole year. And then through that time, they're able to help you get the answers, get the results that you want. And then either you go back to them for your next time or whatever. It's like what they say, therapists love keeping their people in therapy because that's how they make their money. But once you realize that, you also realize that sometimes you just gotta let go. Now, again, this is not a commentary on mental health or whatever. That's just a disclaimer there. Just not all therapists are like that, but just something to think about of how that system works. But I think he's an amazing life coach because I didn't depend on him afterward, right? I think that's a good life coach, is someone that doesn't make you necessarily depend on them, but you just want to have this engagement with them. And better if they can give you the exact tools that you need to move forward and move on, or whatever. So anyway, let's get started. I don't even know what I want to paint here. I got my red, blue. Let's just start with the primaries here. Start with some primaries. Let me use up the rest of this yellow. Got this Gamblin yellow here. And let me go. What do you paint when you don't know what to paint? But what's up, Omizu? Omizu Paints. Yes. So, Omizu, what sort of motivational wisdom do you have for the new year? But yeah, Kathleen is right. My partner, Kathleen, she was here, and I said gym memberships are up. But is that really true? I was in a gym yesterday and today, and I didn't see any new people, which is interesting. I guess I was talking out of my own butt, but for the most part, you know, I think it's pretty safe to assume that by the new year, there's going to be new gym memberships. Although here's the other thing. Maybe people don't get the gym memberships in December. They get it sometime within the first couple weeks of January. So maybe that's why. We're just seeing the pre-intentions of people. Seems like that happens. Vital voice. You're welcome. You're welcome, dude. Yes. Yeah. And you know, that's just my personal experience. Sometimes, you know, you have somebody that tells you specifically what you should try, and it's brilliant. Like, actually was doing a podcast, and I interviewed this very successful coach, Dr. J, I'll call him, and I interviewed him, and he's like, dude, why don't you try, or not try, why don't you use this tool to produce your podcasts? And he told me about it, and I was spending like not a lot of money, right? A few $100s a year on this one podcasting service to publish my podcasts. And he told me about this other one, and I got, for less money, it was actually free. I'll actually promote it on here. Anchor.fm. On Anchor.fm, if you've ever wanted to produce a podcast, all you need to do is create the episode and then upload it to Anchor.fm, and Anchor.fm sends it to Spotify, sends it to Google Music, or Google whatever, sends it to all these platforms, Google, Apple, Spotify, and instantly your podcast is distributed across any channel you could, any major channel you could possibly want. That is the power of Anchor.fm. But prior to that, I was spending a few $100s per year just trying to like figure out how to distribute it, and the company that I was paying wasn't doing crap. So just to have somebody like suggest something like that is absolutely amazing. I loved it, and I was able to get my podcast distributed to a lot of platforms at no cost. Amazing, right? It sounds really dumb because it's like, what? I could do that for no cost? Like, is it valuable? But he told me about it, saved me a lot of money, and I was able to get my podcast out there. Amazing platform. Again, that's Anchor.fm. Get to work, you big babies. Yes, getting to work. Oh, that's a good. Oh yeah, I hear you. So getting to work. All right, what am I gonna do? I don't even know. Let's just paint. Paint for the sake of painting. Let's see. Starting with some blue here. I don't know why I want to do blue. Blue is such a calming color, and right now I'm just trying to create like a really transparent blue by spreading the paint a bit more. Try some more of these paintings, you know, painting without necessarily going in with a specific purpose or concept in mind and just going with it. Now, unfortunately, I feel like I can't really do the best work of this type of painting style on these smaller canvases. This is a 18 by 24 canvas, but you never know what you can achieve. So here we go. Let's do this contrast of blue and yellow here. Again, no specific way this is going to go. Just trying to create a nice transparent region here. Or yellow. Painting for the sake of painting. Painting for myself, painting for yourself. Motivational advice. Jerry Salt. Jerry Salt sounds familiar. Is he an art guy? I don't know why that sounds so familiar, Jerry Salt. Alexa, who is Jerry Salt?
Jerry Saltz is an American art critic. Since
Ah,
2006.
Alexa off. He's an art critic. Okay, that makes sense. American art critic. Love it. I guess we should all know that all artists should know the big names in the art world, right? What'd you say, Kat? Cat is talking to the cats. All right, let's. I need another rag too. That's the one thing about oil painting is you constantly need supplies for maintenance. We'll go with the red on this one. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't wanted to paint figurative lately. I just don't feel like painting figuratively. So I don't know where this will go, but should I just paint a pretty picture or should I paint for myself? It's very childish, huh? Painting for myself. Childish and selfish. Like, this makes me think, like, what would I paint? What would I paint if I could just sit with a paintbrush and just do random stuff without the expectation of it having to look like something? I don't know if this is necessarily it, if I'm just like messing around, or if this is actually something I want to like turn into something. We'll discover that in a little bit, but Omizu says, I made a few new digital drawings sitting at work. Well, that's cool, all right. Sound motivated to do art while at work. That's awesome, dude. And let's see, let's go with some more yellow here. I like the color yellow. Where do we go here? Some yellow. I think I need to increase the spreadability of this. One thing about Gamblin oil paints, so I use Gamblin, the higher up in Gamblin you go, like the higher, so this is Gamblin. We got Gamblin 1980, and we got, let me see where if I have a Gamblin somewhere for example's sake. Another regular Gamblin. I don't have any other Gamblins. Come on now. All right, so if anyone's wondering of the difference, Brian Keith, where I am with painting in 30 years. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, I mean, if in 30 years from now I'm still painting, I'm sure. Which, you know, I don't like to say I will be painting in 30 years. But yes, in my mind I'm thinking, yeah, I'll be painting in 30 years, but I just don't like to put it out there, say it. But anyway, Gamblin 1980. Gamblin 1980 versus Gamblin. The biggest difference is Gamblin 1980 is going to have like a less thick consistency than when you use regular Gamblin. The regular Gamblin has a very thick consistency. But the reason why I say I don't really necessarily want to put out my plans in 30 years is because, you know, there's some things that I like in my head. I'm like, you know what, let me keep this private. Because if you keep some things private, it's necessary to keep some things private, some goals and ambitions, because, you know, once you put it out there and if you're not getting in front of the right people, there will be people that, you know, may project energies that limit that. And, you know, if you didn't put it out there and you just did it, you wouldn't have those negative energies reducing the possibilities. But because this is a almost stream of consciousness stream, in a stream of consciousness, I do my live streams in a stream of consciousness where I share a little bit too much about what's on my mind as part of the creative process. I'm happy to share that stuff. So anyway, Omizu, thanks, man. I appreciate you. Yes, I am also optimistic about my painting activities. So here we go. And we are live streaming. But Brian Keith has wished me well, so that's great. Streaming of consciousness, yes, that's right. Where do we go with this? What do we do with just these primary colors? Is this is like, I feel like this is like a kindergarten painting, just going with primary colors. It's kindergarten level. I should be mixing colors and recreating Rembrandt and Michelangelo and some of the greatest artists who ever live. I should be studying that. Totally being facetious right now. I'm just joking. I think, fortunately, society has moved beyond trying to imitate the greatest painters the greatest minds who have ever lived, and, you know, coming up with your own ideas, just seeing what happens from your own creativities, not determined by an organization or whatever. Wow, I love how this color comes off. So I will say, so this is a Winsor Newton blue, and you know, on one hand, this Winsor Newton seems to have a bit more spreadability. It spreads just a little bit easier, which is nice, and creates a bit more transparency. The yellow Gamblin, this is the Gamblin, not the 1980 Gamblin, but the regular Gamblin. It's a much thicker consistency, as we talk about some of these paints here. Much thicker consistency. I think that could be a good thing or a bad thing, you know? You gotta use your paints in different ways. But I do love the spreadability of the Winsor Newton as we're talking about it right now. This spreadability is very nice, and it can help reveal some of the underlying colors. Now this would be great, of course, oil paint stays wet for at least a little while, so I can't really go with the spread this on top of the red to really see what it would do, because it would mix because the red is still wet. But I can at least see that it's a little bit transparent. You can still see the white that's through, while the yellow, it might be hard to tell, but the yellow is still very thick. And I'd have to add some more oil to it if I really wanted to spread. Don't imitate steel. Yeah, exactly. Steal ideas. Steal from the best. Or from the worst. And you'll find something. Exactly. I haven't actually read that book, Steal Like an Artist. Has anyone read it? Can anyone recommend it? Anyone here, can anyone here recommend that book, Steal Like an Artist? Or like share what their experience with that book was? I feel like the title is so obvious. You know, like the title is already there. Goat Soup, what's up, dude? How you doing, Goat Soup? Honestly, yeah, it's been a minute. I haven't painted as much this month. I probably painted like 5 days out of December, which is not very good. And I was a little down on myself for it. But you know what you gotta do? You just gotta keep going, and then not be down about it. Whew. All right, so here we go. We got a red, blue. Let's go with some white here. Let's see how I can use this little tool. I got this little tool a while ago, It's they call this a brush, a Princeton brush, but it's just like a plastic tip. I don't know what they call this, like a scraper, a paint scraper. I don't know the name for it. But, you know, really all it does is like scrape paint away. And I don't really like that it scrapes the paint away, because now the paint should be on the canvas and not the scraper. So we'll see how this continues to go. Let's just keep going with this painting. Focusing on primary colors for now. Maybe what I should do is I should add like a face or something. But before I do that, hold on, let me pull out the rest of this yellow to get the most out of the yellow possible. How am I? I'm doing good. I am doing good. Yeah, I'm doing better since yesterday, you know, like yesterday I did some painting, and it's almost like painting to me is almost like going to the gym. I've had a gym membership since I was 14 years old, or at least access to a gym. And I've pretty much consistently gone to the gym my entire life from the moment I was like 13, 14, or exercised. And over COVID was the first time that I didn't really have a gym membership, that I also wasn't working out regularly. And I probably, you know, didn't have a good workout routine for a good like 3 or 4 months out of COVID. And, you know, maybe some of you have experienced this as well. Hey, take care, goat suit. But, you know, I wasn't feeling myself. I was feeling down. I wasn't feeling like my body was just craving something, but I didn't know what it was. And then I saw a Facebook video. One of my friends had posted a video working out in a gym. And I was like, that's it. That's what I've been missing. That's why I haven't been feeling myself lately, is I just haven't been moving my whole body physically enough over these past few months. And then as soon as I got back in the gym and started getting into like a better workout routine again, after that, I was like, oh, that's the answer. And having not painted this past month as much as I really wanted to, I had that similar feeling. I was going to the gym, but you know, there was like still something missing, and I think it was this idea of painting that, you know, I wasn't able to get myself to paint as much, and I was definitely feeling the negative effects of that. Maybe that's. And it felt like, almost like, you know, what I was feeling when I didn't have my gym membership. When I was not working out over COVID. So, you know what? Every painting needs a face somewhere. But we're not ready to paint that face yet. Let's go like this. Should I use a black to really make it stand out? Yeah, I think I need some black. Let's grab some of our black right here. And yeah, that's the question. If you're watching this, and you know, I know Omizu and Dondrell, who are here, are totally have massive creative energies that I don't think that they would be able to survive. Maybe, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to project anything onto people, but, you know, incredible creative energies that have a need, like just this intrinsic need that, you know, something would be missing from them if they weren't able to create things. But I know Dondrell and Omizu here have those energies. But if you're feeling down right now, you know, it's going into the new year. If you're not feeling motivated or whatever, just ask yourself a good question, right? Ask yourself, if you weren't able to create, if you weren't able to paint, if you weren't able to like do these things, would you feel the need to? If you don't feel like you have to, if you don't feel like a part of you would go missing, then, you know, you don't have to force yourself to do it. But anyway, elaborate on that statement if I'm being actual. Elaborate. Oh, so every painting needs a face somewhere. All right, let's go into that. Let's really dig into why I was thinking that. I think on one hand, you know, just having a face is helpful. People like to see faces. They recognize faces. You know, it's that humanity element of just recognizing faces. But in a sense, I was just kind of like throwing out, just saying random stuff. Every painting needs a face somewhere, right? Needs a thing that when people look at it, they're like, is that a face? Just like science, you know? That's getting a little like scientific there. Just our body's ability to recognize faces, our human ability to have an interest in people, human connection to faces. So does this really need a face? I don't know. Maybe I could keep this totally abstract. I've done a lot of paintings like the abstract, but here's the other thing though. I really like my abstract paintings to be much bigger, and I feel like on these smaller paintings I should have like a one specific figure of reference, whereas I feel like my bigger paintings I can explore I can explore more with the abstract ideas. But let me see. Maybe let's go. What am I seeing here? What do I feel? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't need a face. How can I make a face without making a face? Stare into the abyss. Eventually it will stare back. That's right, it will stare back. Maybe. Here we go. This is a good area to add some black lines. You know what? Let's just place the black right on top of our yellow here. Now it's starting to look like a face, right? It kind of looks like an eyeball, like an abstract eyeball. There we go. Let's see, where do we go? I think I need some more red here. Grab some red and
Really nice day out, yeah. Look at the sunshine. Bye.
all right, later, babe. See ya. Here's another limitation that I feel when I'm painting on a smaller canvas and doing like abstract stuff, is the feeling that I really like the idea of painting faster than you can think. And I think that's great on a big canvas because you have so much to work with. But on a smaller canvas, on this 18, it's an 18 by 24, I feel like if I was to do that, I would totally cover this in just like 30 minutes. Which, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But, I like to, for these paintings, I definitely pull back a little bit and slow down my painting solely because it's a smaller canvas. But you know, the bigger canvas, I can really just kind of like let loose and play around. But you know what? There's nothing wrong with methodically thinking out what I should do next. Excuse me, as a burp there. But here we go. Let's see what else is here. Red, yellow. Let's grab this white again. And here we go. Let's grab some of this. Where do we go? Let's flip this around. We're not going to do it vertically, we're just going to bring it down horizontally. Let's do a red circle. I always love a good red circle. Love me a good red circle here. Something that draws the eye. Maybe a red circle with a black center. How about that? A red circle with a black center. Let's do that. Oh. Sometimes I forget how close this camera is, and I hope I'm just not always blocking the majority of the painting. Bless my cat. Did you see the cat? Where did the cat go? Must have been on the couch, huh? Cat, where'd you go? Oh, there he is. Alright, by the way, I do own a black cat, people, so if you're superstitious about black cats, I just want to let you know ahead of time that you will be a black cat will cross your path many times. Just a disclaimer here. And by the way, I'm only sharing that because so I recently adopted this cat. We recently adopted this cat, and we had a hard time getting him adopted. So he was through a foster program that I do, and apparently there's still a lot of superstitions about black cats. Oh. So cat, K-A-T. She is K-A-T, cat. But there's still lots of superstitions about black cats for some reason. And, you know, it doesn't make sense to me in modern times, but supposedly they're much harder to get adopted because of some of these things, especially during the month of October. Especially during the month of October, Halloween, for whatever reason. And the superstitions made it very hard to get him adopted. So we ended up getting him adopted. Actually, we had people that wanted his sister. So we have two cats. One of them is a black cat. The other one is a tortoise shell. So she's got like different markings and everything. And somebody wanted the other one, but they didn't want to adopt both of them. Which, you know, I understand. I don't think it's because they were superstitious or anything or whatever. But yeah, we couldn't let that happen because they're bonded, you know. They have a strong, powerful relationship together, these two cats. And We just had to adopt them both. So that said, that's how we got our Scout. And that's how I discovered, which I never thought that this would be the case, but that's how I discovered that there are still superstitions. So let's see what else. What can I do to elevate some of these ideas here? Maybe we'll go with, let's do some like line work. I'm gonna go some line work here. So this is pretty similar to some of my original online paintings. I think paintings like this really help me to get out of my own head. Which, you know, sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's good to get out of your own head, and then sometimes, you know, it's good to do other stuff. Let me see if I can even find the painting. So, some of my early work. Where is it? I don't think it's in here. Oh, here we go. Yeah, some of my early paintings were just these like super, on these small canvases, just messing around. And I still like to paint in this way, but I think I've gotten better with colors maybe, or maybe not. Maybe I haven't gotten better with certain things. But I think just the change in size in itself creates a whole different effect as far as how the visual impact goes. I really like this one. I know this probably isn't an astounding piece. Honestly, if I was to be an art critic on myself, I would say, you know, some of the colors are muddy. You know, there's some scratches on this, and like, you know, it just looks like chaos. But I actually like how it came out. If I was being like a critic, but here we go. If I was being a technical art critic, that's what I would say. However, I still like it. So let's keep going around. We're gonna go with this line here, and I'm gonna keep pushing this line. Let's just keep going with this. What does the circle represent? Who knows? All right, where's our white? Okay. We're gonna take our blue here. We're gonna go circle around the side right here. Actually, you know what? Let's make a square or a rectangle around this here. Maybe not. Maybe we just like leave a line here. I don't know. Yeah, you like the negative space? Are you talking about the other painting? I should name this Amoeba. So you mean the negative space as in all the white space? Yeah, you know what? I also, I thank you. If you're talking about this one, the negative space. Yeah, I left some white space. And that's one of the hardest things for me when I make these pieces, is trying to leave some white space. And it is one of those things that, to me, it makes me realize, like, you know, your personal creative limitation or like, you know, something that helps determine someone's style is something as things as simple as not allowing yourself to leave white space. You know, it's these habits that are hard to break. Like when I see a painting, you know, the last thing I want to do, I don't really want to leave white space. You know, that's a personal habit, a personal choice. And it's a really simple one. It's not something that any artist really ever discusses. Like, you know, artists don't really share like, oh, I have this one thing that I just can't stand doing. And for me, it's not that I can't stand leaving white space, but see, Scout, you could do this right now because there's no paint on that area, but yeah, I feel like every artist, it would be interesting to like interview artists and just figure out like what are the things, just the simple things that no one would ever be astounded by or really that interested in, but like what's that one thing that like you feel like you can't do or you have to do every single time as far as a habit goes. And you know, for me, although I break this rule quite often, is leaving white space. I break that rule a lot, but I'm sure every artist has something like that. Like, I can't use the color brown because I just don't like the color brown, or I refuse to use primary colors without mixing them, you know, and that helps to create an artist's style, you know. I like to say that I came up with a math equation for how art styles are created, and it is the art style is the intersection or the multiplication of an artist's personal habits, you know, these things that they just feel compelled to actually do on a painting, whether they're super precise or super expressive or whatever, when their personal habits meets their creative interests. So, you know, if they're inspired by design or architecture or color or music or whatever, Scott, go. That's what's going to influence an artist's specific style. So right here, let's bring this blue down a bit more. I'm just trying not to get too much of the black to get into the blue, because I don't want it to get like too much onto this brush. And it's okay if it's just at this tip, but I didn't want it to like to go into the top areas. I wanted to keep it more of a blue. So, you know, it's okay if it's a little down here and it fades and the shadow comes down a bit, but I just didn't want it to be too far up. So here we go, pink. Sometime try using a color starting point like a tan gesso. Oh yeah, that's good. So you mean like an underpainting? Is that what you're talking about? Like an underpainting? Or you mean something else? You know what, let's just go into this. Ah, yes. Okay, cool. Yeah. Hey, so Brian Keith, what's up with you? Sound like you know what you're talking about, which is awesome. And you know that makes me ask the question: do you have an Instagram that you would like for me to share on here? I love, you know, being able to share the social medias of other artists on this live. This is totally a collaborative thing. And yeah, if you have an art page, an art channel, and you want a broadcast to the entire planet, as we're doing right now, feel free to let me know. I'm happy to share your work with the world. I wrote a book a couple of years ago. It's titled "Don't Be Selfish, Share Your Art with the World." You have a block. What's going on, dude? Let's mastermind. I mean, if you feel comfortable talking about it. If you don't feel comfortable talking about it, you'd rather just get through it yourself, you know, that's cool too. But, you know, whoever's here, let's mastermind, let's brainstorm how Brian Keith, if he wants to, can get out of his block. You know what, that's the last, honestly, by the way, that sounds kind of dumb when I'm thinking about it right now. Like, I used to host these groups where people could kind of like come to my apartment and they would like sit here and then we'd like chat, like just like chat about, you know, some people would take the floor and then they would have a problem that they're working through and then we would talk about it. But I also think like when I kind of bring that up right now, sometimes I think the last thing you really want to do is for like all these people to tell you things that you already know, right? Like sitting at the front of a room. So it does take, not courage, but you know, it does take a little bit to have that, to be the person that wants to have, you know, their challenges discussed. If you're like me, you're probably, you know, not the person that wants to have like 50 people tell you something that you've already known or tried or experienced. But then at the same time, you know, sometimes it's helpful because you're like, wow, those are all the possible ideas and I'm just, for whatever reason, procrastinating for some other reason. When you realize that all the ideas have already been burnt out, and if you're just saying no to every single idea, that, you know, that's a you thing, right? But talked about art, feeling, or whatever. Yeah, used to have an art group, met at a place in a coffee shop, feeling, or whatever. Yeah, that's cool. Hey, that's awesome. That is awesome. That is fantastic. Let me grab some more of this yellow here. So are you still in that group, Brian? Or let's see. You don't have any social media accounts. Do you feel like not having social media accounts is limiting to you? Is that something that's a challenge for you? I have heard from a lot of people, especially on a social media platform like Reddit, out of all places. Like, Reddit is a social media platform. Some people say, like, I don't want to use social media, yet they're using it, although maybe not to the best of their ability. And and you know what? Like, social media isn't for everyone. Not everyone needs social media, but it is quite important, I think. Though it shouldn't be. But yes, so you've had. So let's talk about that. Social media. I mean, here's the thing. Like I've sold the art that I've sold was pretty much sold in person. You know, people meet me in person, but social media has been a way mostly just to like reach people. Stay connected with someone that might eventually purchase or commission your work. I haven't like I used to run ads through Instagram, and then direct the ads to my prints of on Redbubble. That was only like mildly successful, in the sense that I was spending more ads than I was getting in sales, but I was getting some sales, not a lot. And I think the lesson from that really isn't that social media ads are bad. It's more so that you really got to know how to find the right audience through your ads. And I didn't want to keep investing more. I was like, there's better ways, and most of the people that potentially will buy your art is probably in person. So, oh man, Brian, dude, creative block stems from the situation. You used to own an actual coffee shop, and you had many one-man and group shows. Wow, dude. So, obviously, this has been a tough year for you. And I guess at some level, do you feel like going online is... Oh, a friend owned it. Wow. And that was your resource for your creative presentations? Like, what do you feel is the actual block yourself? And by the way, you don't have to actually write it out for me. I think you somewhere might find the answer better if you think about it and like leave it for yourself and just reflect on it. You don't really need to even share it, but once you find it, you'll know your answer. And that would be the question: is like, what do you feel is the block? What do you feel is your creative block? And if you feel like sharing it, go ahead and share. The other thing that helped when I had my life coach is he would just let me talk. He was like, and I can't really do this on live stream because of the how this works, right? Because I'm streaming and you're typing. But maybe you can do this in your own private time, in the privacy of your own house or your apartment, wherever you're at right now, your car or whatever. Talk through what you feel. Okay, so talk through what you feel that block is. So my life coach, what he did that was great was he would ask me the question and just let me monologue. And I could monologue about this one specific problem for like 10 minutes. And I would just go on and on. And that was just so powerful because it just was. I don't know if anyone has ever had the power of a good listener who, even when you're stopped to pause to think, he doesn't interrupt, they don't interrupt. If you have ever had that experience, you would know it because it is very, very, very rare. I had to pay for it. So, and again, I can't do this on a live stream because we're not on a phone, but it is so powerful to be able to talk through something. And I'm doing it poorly because I'm actually interrupting just by going on and on, but it is nice. If you have a moment, go find privacy in your bedroom, ask yourself a couple questions like, what is blocking you? What specifically is causing that fear? What can someone do to help? What can I do to help? What can someone do to help? Who can you reach out to? And just talk it out. Just talk it out for 5-10 minutes if you have to. Monologue about it. In the privacy of your own apartment. So, circle of breath. We challenge is very small, cramped space, non-optimal conditions like cold in the winter and hot in the summer. So, circle of breath says that it is a conditional problem. Wow. Okay, so we've got a couple people here with challenges. You know, Brian Keith is facing one thing in Circle of Breath. So Circle of Breath, I mean, I don't know. You don't have to share your age circle, but are you an adult that can actually move? Or, you know, I'm sure every artist, not every artist, but like a lot of artists have definitely faced space limitations. And then, you know, either they go smaller or they find a way to make a lot of money to buy a big studio space and they go bigger. Or they totally transform and use like a 3D space, you know, total 3D space. They go to ceilings and then they do all this other stuff. So, you know, I think that really brings about some questions as to what do you think is causing the space limitation? I mean, like the obvious answer is get a bigger place, but that's not always the best answer. That's not always the most helpful answer. So, you know, I guess another question would be, what are you making? And what do you feel like you need the space to make? And Unspeakable says, switched over to your art channel. Cramped space is annoying because you knock things over, spend a lot of creative time cleaning up water and stuff. Oh, all right. Dull, but the rent increases the cramped up space. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know how to really compare spaces, but, and I don't know what your situation is. It is not possible to get a bigger space. Yeah. You know, I live in Los Angeles. It is also quite challenging to find spaces out here. What have you tried? Are you having trouble selling paintings? Like, what are some other things that are preventing? So what are some? Yeah, bigger space, definitely more expensive. Or, you know, it means getting rid of things, right? Having more space. So I live with my partner, Kathleen, and, you know, she's constantly talking about things. And you know what? I've definitely felt limitations too. I definitely feel that I cannot do huge wall-sized paintings like on that wall because I can do a lot of them. And if I do a lot of them, it's going to get even more cramped in here. So I definitely have that feeling too. But at the same time, I do continue to paint, and you know, the real question to you, or the question I'm asking myself, is like, how can I continue to create work without that space? But again, I don't know your current situation. Maybe you're living in an even tighter space than this, and your room is totally filled with paintings. By the way, there's this guy on Instagram. If only I can remember his name. He's this really great Korean artist. And he works out of this really small room that's like probably like from here to like maybe another 2 feet past where my hand is. And his room is just stacked with paintings. He's got like 100 paintings in this tiny little room. And he shows this video of him painting, just sitting on this tiny chair, painting on this wall. And as far as space is concerned, I'm like, if I'm complaining about space, this really great artist has totally figured out how to maximize his own space. Yeah. Let me see if I could find this artist. I wish. Let me see. It's really hard. I'll just type in artist here. I need a bookmark artist for various reasons. But also, here's the other thing when it comes to space is, you know, when I think of some of these artists who have like these huge studios, like Damien Hirst, who's been an artist for like 60 years. I don't know how old he is. Damien Hirst probably isn't that old, but like, you know, he's been an artist for 60 years. So he's got this massive warehouse. He's been doing it for a long time. He has tons and tons of buyers. He's built a tremendous reputation. And, you know, who are you comparing yourself to, right? As far as space is concerned. If you're comparing yourself to a highly established artist who's been, you know, painting for years and years and years and can afford the space, and you're trying to compare yourself to that, you know, there's this element of comparison that may be making you feel a limitation that you don't really have. Or a limitation that, you know, you don't really need to be worried about. Cannot find your niche. Strongly connected with a niche that will be okay for your work. And here's an interesting thing about space is, you know, I think there are more people. I mean, I live in Los Angeles. I don't know where everybody else lives, but there's so much support for the arts out here. And the reason I don't complain so much about space right now is because I have met people who have offered to share some of their space with me, but you know what? I haven't taken them up on the offer for other reasons. I'm not going to share them too much because that gets a little into like the business side of things, but you know, I think that if you start to put yourselves out there, you know, you can find solutions to these things. Whether you need to rent a storage space for, you know, $100 a month, depending on where you live or whatever. So, or however that situation comes about. You know, I'm definitely not painting massive wall-size things, but at the same time, you know, I have had people share with me like, hey, dude, you know, if you want to put some massive paintings on my wall, and put them up for sale, I'm happy to do it for you. So I have had that. I have had those offers. But, you know, in more discussion of like business things, which I won't share too much of here, there's other considerations as well. But I think the valuable thing is to know that if you really get yourself out there, I think this is true. If you really get yourself out there, there will be people that are willing to, you know, help you find that space. But also, I mean, if you live in a tiny, tiny town that's like maybe population 1,000 and you have to drive an hour to the nearest nice coffee shop, I don't know, it can be a challenge. So, yeah, you're not complaining. That's cool. It's great. It's fine. It's powerful to be able to share what you feel your challenge is and then talk through it. Because somewhere along the way, you will find the answer. You're either going to reject every single idea, that comes to you, and you're going to continue to be stuck, or you're going to take one of the possible solutions and go with it and keep going. I mean, that's really the only two choices. Or a miracle happens. That can happen too. So, I don't know. Like, I will say, part of the reason why I actually started in digital art, which, you know, I didn't like digital art so much that I just couldn't do it. Part of the reason why I started in digital art was a space limitation. I was thinking, oh, well, you know, if I could start in digital art, I can just not have to worry about space. And then I felt that was the wrong reason to pick a specific art or craft. You know, if the sole reason that I wanted to do digital art was just because I could save space and not have to, you know, possibly invest in canvases and the fear of spending on paint and everything, if that was the only reason, that's a horrible reason to not to pick a specific type of art. That is a horrible reason, I think, because, you know, instantly you're saying that you're afraid to invest in your own artwork. You're afraid to invest in the things that you have to use to create something. And that comes from an incredibly weak point of view. I had to be honest with myself. I'm like, you know, if I'm only doing artwork because I'm scared to invest a little bit more in supplies, in the possibility that I have to buy a bigger space, this fear, it's a limitation of fear and lack, and it's not a good one to be in. And if that's what you're feeling, definitely break out of it. But again, I don't want to project some of my thoughts onto others, but maybe, again, I think you're not doing digital art though, because you didn't mention that, but I'm just sharing like how I was feeling when I first started. It was a position of fear, right? It was a position of, I can't go do more. I have to stick with digital art because it can save so much space, and you know, I can just find clients online. But I think the reality is that if you have a compelling reason that you have to create something, that you have to paint, that you have to make some artwork, the how will make itself appear. Yeah. So you used to paint in your apartment. It was small but tall, so you had good wall space, and you had a storefront studio with 2 other artists, but one of them, okay, you can relate, crazy studio roommate. Yeah, scared money don't make money. Now, you know, the other side of that is, if you absolutely love digital art, by the way, yeah, again, I just want to share, no criticisms on digital art, okay? No criticism at all. I just personally, digital art did not connect with me. I did not connect with digital art. And part of me realized that it was a fear speaking, a fear getting me to do digital art, a fear of, you know, getting straight into it, diving into the supplies. And when I realized that, that's when I was like, okay, I should just go for it and paint physically. And again, yeah, if you like, look at People Crap, amazing. He's a digital artist. He does 3D art. I think even Takashi Murakami, most of his art is digital, and then he does it printed out. You know, a lot of great, brilliant anime artists, comic book artists, most of their work is digital now. So I'm not, and then there's so many ways to offer products online and digital. But again, for me personally, that was not the way. And for me, I realized that it was coming from a place of fear. Therefore, in order to overcome that fear, I must do the thing that I am afraid of, which was, at the time, fear of running out of space and fear of a, like, you know, for $50 a month, whatever you pay for Adobe Photoshop, for $50 a month, you can have Adobe, or I'm spending at least a couple hundred on like art supplies a month, on average over the past few years, over the past like couple of years or whatever. Maybe not that much. Maybe not a couple hundred. That's not even that much. But yeah, I mean, it could be. It starts to add up pretty quickly. So, you know, there's a lot to think about there. But let's see. For you painting, sculpting, you need the touch. Done digital art. Yeah, exactly. So you need the touch. You need the feeling of this physicality here. It's a different neuronal connection, the mind, body, spirit between physical and digital. You like the full body feel of physical. Right on. Like, here's the question. Speakable. Do you need it? Do you need it? Is your body just like craving that right now? Because if it is, I don't know. I feel like you would be outside, taking a piece of mud and then painting a sidewalk with it. I'm exaggerating here, just to paint a picture. But how, on a scale of 1 to 10 right now, how much is that need, that feeling of that neuronal connection between mind, body, and spirit, the full body feeling of a physical art piece, how strong is that need right now? On a scale of 1 to 10. And it's okay if you say, like, if you don't share it. It's okay if it's 1. It's okay if it's 10. But I think you'll find your answer of why you're not going for it. It is 38 degrees. You clicked on this video. Your body's craving something. But it's lunchtime here. Yeah, that's hilarious. Okay. Your body is craving something. Yeah, that's also another thing. Is sometimes after I eat, sometimes after you eat, you like, you know, I'm like, oh, I don't need to paint now. Sometimes I don't eat on purpose before I paint, or I eat a very light snack, because as soon as the hunger for food is satiated, I usually lose the motivation to paint, at least for a couple of hours. Like, you know, I might, especially on a weekend, you know, I might like take a break, watch some TV, play a video game, go on social media, look for ideas, read a book after I eat. And like I lose that drive sometimes to paint. And then, you know, I have to reflect, like, where is the, like, maybe I should keep myself a little bit hungry in order to maintain this level of motivation. And I truly believe that that the hunger that you feel for food is like an intrinsic drive to do something. You know, back then, historically, right, we would have to hunt for our food, but now we don't really have to hunt for our food. We go walk down the street, get a pizza. And I feel like that drive, that hunger drive, can sometimes be powerful, creatively powerful, without us recognizing it. That's what Steve Jobs says. Stay hungry. You just ate, and you're going to set up as you watch. Great. Awesome, man. I don't even know where I'm going with this at this point. But for me, I'm just doing it. I always like when watching so someone who inspires me creatively that I watch a lot to get like an idea is David Cho. I don't know if anyone knows who David Cho is. That's Davidchoe. And that's where I get this idea of like painting for yourself from, you know, he's constantly talking about like painting for yourself. Just like if I didn't have a live stream, if I didn't have, you know, people that live stream, people that I'm trying to impress, which is people that are on a live stream, possible buyers of my artwork, if I wasn't trying to totally impress somebody, you know, what would I paint? How would I paint? And this is almost somewhat how I would paint. I would just like sit here like a child and just put paint wherever I felt like I wanted it. And that is one of the challenges, I think, when you're live streaming painting, is overcoming this idea that it has to be something. And this isn't so much like I think like if you don't have the pressure of live streaming, it's become so much easier to just like paint for the sake of painting. But definitely because I live stream, I have to be conscious of some of these things, and I just have to be like, you know what, screw it. Let me just make a painting that could be bad, a painting that has no meaning, a painting that, you know, is just like, I'm just going to paint for the sake of doing it, you know? I don't know what's going to come about. So you're enjoying the conversation. Am I trying to impress you? Maybe I am. So unspeakable, when you said you have a difficult time talking while painting. You know, I will say if I'm just painting without a live stream, I definitely don't talk as much. Or if I'm like even in a group, like if I'm in like a painting group or something, painting, I don't really talk. But I do it because on live stream, you kind of have to. And at the same time, I've also found it very helpful to talk during these live streams. I mean, it's almost like not a therapy, but like it's part of the art. I've made it part of the art itself, right? Part of this creative process itself by sharing a lot, maybe sharing a little too much. And it's become part of the art process itself. And I think the only way to really do it, but I think, so here's the thing is, you know, I think the only way to really do it is allow yourself the freedom, if you're considering streaming. I think the only way to allow yourself to do it is allow yourself the freedom of not limiting the things you say. Now, of course, you know, I have to be conscious and not say like the dumbest offensive jokes that come to mind, which, you know, it's not often that those come to mind, right? You don't want to like, I mean, maybe you want to be out there, you want to be weird and unusual for the sake of being an artist, but you know, you also, there's, you know, some considerations of what you should or shouldn't say, I guess, but also at the same time, giving yourself the freedom to just say whatever's popping on your mind as you're painting without limiting it too much. I think that helps. But hey, if I was just in the street painting, doing some plein air painting, it would look really weird if I was just talking to myself, right? So it does help to actually be live streaming and talking. But if I'm just in the street with no live stream, it'd be a little too weird, a little too crazy, right? And yeah, so I totally understand. I mean, it's not a skill that artists, I think painters really build, right? Like no artist is sitting there and is like, I'm going to train myself to talk to nobody. But I think that's where the benefit of live streaming also comes about while making the artwork. I've definitely found many ways of coming up with ideas just from these live streams and being able to talk during them. It's very helpful. So that, I think a lot of artists should consider it. But at the same time, it could be totally scary, right? You don't want a future buyer to know that you made a mistake on a painting, right? Nobody wants to know that. Nobody wants to hear uh-oh. No artist wants to admit that that they didn't put much thought into their painting, right? Or, you know, to see that the process is just total disorganized improvisation or whatever. You don't need to know what the cook is doing in the kitchen, but I've made that part of my process. So, Mizu Paints, LOL. Better get it out when you don't have many followers. Yeah, better to get out when I don't have many followers, exactly. Words and painting come from different nerve clusters. You talk, known talker. Well, here's the funny thing, Brian. I'm not a talker, like, in person. In person, I'm definitely not a talker. Totally the opposite of what my live streams are. But yes, do I talk when I'm painting? Used to. Mizu Paints. I want to see humanity of the person you're watching. Mizu Paints, that is true. That's how my audience will connect with you as the streamers. Yeah. And And yeah, I mean, it's definitely, you know, streaming, and it's also a commitment too. Maybe you don't want to commit, like it's totally unnecessary to stream as an artist, right? Lots of artists have succeeded without it. You know, you have to consciously make the decision to do so. And you don't really need, people don't really need the added pressure. You know, you don't need to add the extra pressure of having to stream, having to get dressed up, having to, you know, worry about what you're going to say on a live stream that might, not necessarily, and I'm not talking about like offending somebody, but, you know, you never know what you might say that would make an art buyer go, oh, they're just making stuff up as they go, right? Like something like that. By the way, I'm not making stuff up as I go all the time. Sometimes I do. You don't need, nobody really needs that added pressure as an artist unless they really want it. Amizu is great, yeah. Public speaking is hard. But you know what? I definitely think that there's probably somebody out there who's great at painting and talking. Now, I will say Bob Ross is probably the greatest example. Not only could he like paint for an hour and do something brilliant, but he could also give like the greatest motivational quotes that have ever existed. But I will say that I am skeptical that Bob Ross actually came up with everything on a spot. I'm pretty sure that Bob Ross probably had an earpiece sometimes, and he probably got quotes and things to say, and you know, some of it was scripted. And on the other hand, you know, he probably also took the time to plan out before each episode the things that he would talk about, the things that he might or might not say. So I will say, you know, that's, I wouldn't discredit him as far as, you know, realizing that as an artist he probably had, and a production that he had lots of millions, maybe even billions of dollars invested into a show that helped him craft the image of Bob Ross, to craft the brilliant words that he would say. Whereas, you know, I'm doing this like just totally off the cuff as far as what I say. But yeah, anyway, Bob Ross, he's probably one of the greatest. I mean, he is the GOAT, but he's probably one of the greatest painter and talkers at the same time. Spoken ad-lib from stage. You've done some spoken word poetry and MC'd a few shows. Oh, Brian Keith, you are a natural. You are a natural, just, yeah, you'd be a natural on your own podcast or your own live stream or a gaming channel or whatever. You sound like a natural, dude. That is fantastic. Spoken ad-lib. Yeah, I've never actually done ad-lib on stage. Or, you know, I've done ad-lib in like Toastmasters. If you don't know what Toastmasters is a public speaking organization where people meet like once or twice a week and they chat. They just go on and chat online. What am I saying online? They chat in person, and everybody like does speeches in front of people. Sometimes they're ad-libs. So I've done that, but I've never done a speech on a stage, totally ad-lib. Bob Ross got all the skills from a guy named William Alexander who... Please talk about the Peggy app. Is it only for phones? You just went there from the computer. It is not connecting. Unspeakable, you know, so the Peggy app... Here, let me just show you the Peggy app. Let me take a break from painting for a moment so I can share some ideas. So this is the Peggy app. I'll show you from my other phone. So Michael Alexander, skill-wise, I imagine, taught Bob Ross the skills. But how do you think Bob Ross got his motivational speaking skills? All right, so I'm going to pop into this right now. So the Peggy app. So here's the Peggy app. This is my Peggy page. So this is my Peggy page. And basically artists are on here to sell their artwork. And these are all the artworks for sale. And, you know, pretty much this is pretty much like any platform. I don't know if it's only from the laptop. Oh, okay. Yeah. But it's really good. But here's the reason why I think it's for laptops only, or for mobile phones, is because you need to be able to take photos from your mobile phone. So let me go add artwork. So here we go. I'm going to go to add artwork. And if I want to add artwork, it asks me, am I creator of this work? Yes. You have to put in all your information. Let me just make stuff up right now. 2025, 5 centimeters high, 9 centimeters, 9.6. Let's see, ready to hang, medium, charcoal, next. 5 centimeters deep, next. Oh, must be less than or equal to 2024. What? All right, fine. 2024 set, next. Oh yeah, and here's the unique thing about Peggy, right? So what you see right here in Peggy is that it says scan unique fingerprint. And what you have to do is you have to, here, let me just do this. Let me just upload. Oh wait, no, I can do the fingerprint right now. So get started. So it'll say I have to show the artwork, so I'm just going to demonstrate this right now. And place the artwork within 4 corners and hold steady. Okay, so right there. Okay, you know what? Hold on. I think the actual photo detection doesn't work that well, but cancel fingerprinting, add a photo, camera. Let me just take a photo of this and go directly there. Photo of this, just for example. Yes. Okay. So now that I've added this photo, I'm going to scan the fingerprint, get started. How do I get rid of this AI thing? I always remember that there's a way to stop the AI photograph. All right, well, I've done a horrible demo of this, but there's a way of doing this where you have to not do the AI version, because when you do the AI version, for some reason, let's see. Oh, here we go. I'm going to turn off the AI engine. So the AI engine of scanning it kind of messes with it. So here we go. We're just going to take it directly here. Why is the... Let's see. Auto capture. No, you don't want to do auto capture. That's why. So no auto capture, no AI engine. And here we go. Let's just take a photo of this right now. and then it's detecting it. So you don't. So when you're first taking your photo for the fingerprinting, you don't want to use the AI. You want to turn off AI, turn off the auto detection, and then now I'm going to position this just for example's sake. Let's see, drag the corners. Use image, and then now it's going to validate it. And then here's what really makes Peggy unique. Although their AI engine and their auto capture kind of sucks, what's cool is that when you actually start to fingerprint, so basically it's going to tell me right here, it's going to tell me, what the heck? Next photo. So it's supposed to like tell me what I need to take a photo of, but I don't know what the heck you want me to do. Peggy, why did you have to make your platform so difficult to use? I've uploaded a lot of paintings onto their platform, by the way. 1 of 3 images is valid. Let's take close-up photographs of the artwork. All right, let me see. Continue. Because it's supposed to show me what it wants me to take the photo of, but it's not working right now for some reason. I don't know. Let me see. Portrait. All right, so this piece is not going to work. But basically, what it would do is you like take a close-up photo, and it takes that as like a fingerprint. But again, I don't think this is necessarily a criticism of Peggy as much as it is a I think it's the environment, the situation. Is this is a totally made-up painting with made-up data, and it's having a hard time like detecting. But I've done it with other paintings, and it's been perfectly fine. So anyway, the other thing about Peggy is that they say that everyone can, all artists, keep a portion of all sales in the future if it sells through their platform. So that's the idea with Peggy. But I recommend it. It's good to build an audience, and I think they're fairly new. So anyways, let's see. Fingerprinting, let me go. The app is free, but you have to, get invited. It's only for the phone, for laptop, free. Yes, you do have to be invited. Non-live version of the Peggy app. Yeah. So the fingerprinting is like a thumbnail, yes. But basically, it was supposed to have like a border, and then I was supposed to have to like zoom in and match the border. But it obviously didn't work for this painting. I don't know if the AI is going to steal stuff. Have I sold a lot on Peggy? No, I have not. But I still think it's a great platform, and it's worthwhile. And, you know, personally, I just haven't done much advertising for Peggy besides putting them as links. And the paintings that I usually do sell, most people like want to go offline, like they want to buy through eBay or something. So, you know, I can't really blame Peggy as far as that. They just haven't totally. They're fairly new, so they haven't gotten the huge audience that another platform might have yet. But I think it's a great app. I think it's a great company. They seem to have a good vision, some good goals in mind, so I support them, and I post some of my artwork on Peggy. But also, I think the best value that if you're trying to sell artwork, at least right now, if your paintings are like under. Like the majority of their paintings that are selling are like under a couple $100s. Like right here. You know, $200, $50, $50, $150, $200, $250, $250. So I think if your artwork is under a few $100s, you probably got a good shot on Peggy. I don't think that they've really found the audience for prices of paintings that are above in the thousands yet. Which, you know, it's probably why I haven't really sold some of my paintings on here. But it's kind of cool because they tell you like how much they're selling for. People could trade their artwork on here. I like the vision of Peggy though. It's you could tell that the app is very high quality. There's been a lot of investment in it. There's other people that really see the vision, but you could see all the sales. It's very transparent as far as sales go. 99, 150, last sale's 50, last sale 375, 75, current highest bid 150. Last sale was $10. Now, you know, so there's people selling works for all sorts of different prices, but I think the sweet spot is if you have some interesting work that you're selling and it's under a few $100s. So, you know, it depends. And then you know what? You know what's great? And again, don't judge the app based on how I've done on it. But, you know, judge that based on what you're seeing here. I mean, these are people that are trading these things, and let me see, right here. By the way, I can invite 50 friends to join Peggy. If anyone wants, let me know. Message me offline, and I will send you I can send you an invite. But let's see. You know, you can actually see. You could keep in contact with, like, oh, I don't want to show everybody's names. I should keep them private. But you can actually see who's a collector and who's not. Let me see if I could actually show this without too much private information. Let's see. Let me go cover these letters. So you can see there's all these names here, and it just says collector, right? So you can see who the collectors are. You go to their profiles. I mean, I guess if it's a public on the app, there's nothing wrong with it, with showing their names. But yeah. So there are collectors just waiting for art. You connect with collectors, you connect with whoever. But great so far. How much commission do they keep? I don't remember. I think it should be on their website. I want to say, again, I don't want to get quoted for this, but I think it was originally, I read that it was 20% for the first sale, and then a portion of every sale after, but also the app allows the artist to keep a portion of it. But let me see if it tells me royalties. Here we go. Royalties are percentage paid to the original creator. Due to the success of many emergent work might sold for 10x. Peggy, we don't think that's right. Or sold for 10x, but the artist doesn't get any of it. Peggy, they don't think that's right. So let's see. I'm sure royalties are paid. All right, here we go. So outside of UK and European Union, artists are not paid. Oh, wow. Well, that's pretty important to know. Peggy does sure that royalties are paid globally every time. Outside of the UK and the European Union, artists are not paid royalties. Peggy does better. We offer 10% royalties, 5% to artists, 5% to gallery on every secondary sale, plus transparency of knowing who owns an artwork. I'm not sure if this wording is saying that Peggy doesn't work outside of the UK and European Union, or if it's criticizing how other apps work. So there's that. I'm in the US. I'm just noticing this now. But it does sound like they're offering 5% to everybody, 10% royalties, 5% gallery, 5% artist. And let's see. Interested in partnering with Peggy. Pay artists. Support allows artists to continue using transparent pending digital fingerprint technology. Choose and prioritize artist royalties, the better the art world will become. Now, it will be interesting to know, you know, I can imagine that there's definitely some people out there who... Oh, yeah, that's the other catch. By the way, I'm just talking through my thoughts on Peggy as far as criticism of it. You know, I like Peggy, but at the same time, I don't necessarily know if, like, big buyers want to have, you know, their purchases published, right? So if we're going really big, we're talking, you know, $100,000 plus paintings, you know, 6-figure plus paintings, 5-figure plus paintings. I don't necessarily know if the person wants to be known for that. if they want it totally publicized all the time. So that's my one criticism of Peggy, which, you know, I definitely think that there will be a sweet spot of Peggy for like up to 5-figure, 6-figure artworks. Because it's like, you know, if someone buys a painting and then they can just buy it sell it at auction, and you know, why aside unless they really really love the artist and want to give them a commission, you know, why would they go through Peggy? It just seems like extra work, but you know, compared to how it used to be. But I don't know, I mean, I believe in their vision. They've been around for about a year. Their app is incredibly high quality. They have good technology. They're doing some great advertising. You know, there's a lot of money going into Peggy, you could tell. A lot of high quality development, developers. So, you know, I think it's here to stay. I just don't know how the adoption will be. That's it. Art sites, let's see. Thanks for the painting and chat. Hey, take care, Brian. Like a thumbnail. Yeah, don't let your art train the AI. So their AI, I guess, I mean, their AI is scanning, but I don't know if it's necessarily, I mean, yeah, that's another thing to think about. I can't really speak to it. I don't know how they're using AI. I haven't read the fine print. But as far as I know, I don't think they're using the AI to create art. So anyways, have I sold? How much commission? Thanks for the painting. Consider joining. You have about 150 small paintings. Dude, that might be perfect. That might be perfect for Peggy. It's going to take a lot of work, though. I mean, you know, it's not as easy as just taking a photo and uploading it. You have to go through the fingerprinting process. And, you know, that can take as much as like 3 to 5 minutes per painting. So it's going to take a lot of time. But, hey, if you've got that many paintings and you stay consistent with it, you will probably find success. Ferguson, Josh H, thank you so much. Pretty much like any other site, but you do have to read their fine print. On Music Paints, always read the fine print. All these sites make you do all the work. They just provide the platform for artists. I think this app would benefit someone like in South Africa, or would really cause a problem. So, do I think the app would benefit someone in South Africa? You know, I think it would benefit many artists. So here's also what Peggy does about. So I think they do worldwide shipping. Let's see. Peggy for artists. Values artists. How can I use Peggy to keep a catalog, share interviews, earn royalties, place for all your artwork? Let's see, how does it? Specialized shipping, which I can't. I wish you could actually tap these to hear what they have to say. Help center, royalty. Why do they deserve royalties? Secure fingerprints. Why do you need to verify the fingerprint? So I don't know where to find the. Here we go. Logistics, shipping, complexity of art handling, shipping, and tax compliance can be overwhelming. Peggy offers a range of logistics options to take these tasks off your plate, so you can focus on creating. For more details, check out shipping and logistics support options. I don't know where to find that, but you know, if you're doing more expensive work, I mean, yeah, it's probably like that. So. Do you have to put in the work to get your art to the masses? Do I think this app would benefit? Yeah, you gotta you gotta put in the work. You gotta do the marketing. You gotta make the pieces. You gotta, you know, figure out logistics. Even, you know, every artist that I know that succeeds, that I like watch on social media, that has a big following, they figured out how to get their art shipped. You know, it's unavoidable. And yeah, you can't let that stop you unless you only want to sell locally. But yes, there is a way. But you know, I think Peggy offers a specific shipping So, of course, you know, you decide whether it's the buyer that pays for it or yourself that pays for it. But, you know, there's no cost to the app. I don't know what costs you're thinking of, but there's no cost to doing the app. The only cost would be putting in the time to get your artwork onto Peggy. That's like the real only cost, is the time spent to do that. So, yeah, I mean, I've tried lots of apps though. There's lots of apps out there. Yeah, unless you find a gallery, you know, no one can... Unless you find a gallery to do the work for you, until you've reached that point, there is a lot of stuff that you have to do yourself. A lot of work. So, there we go. There's my little spiel on Peggy. I like Peggy. I believe in their vision. I believe in their creative ideas. But again, I can't say that, you know, they have sent me buyers, like literally just sent me a buyer. But I will say that they have connected me with collectors, which, you know, by the way, Peggy just recently started to add a messaging method. I haven't really tried it out yet, but when I first started with Peggy, you couldn't message people. But I think they actually added a messaging way. So, you know, if you're working on selling your work now, I think what you could do is you can actually message the collectors. You know, I should just pull it up and see for myself instead of saying what if or what was. Let me see. Let me go to one of these collectors. Whoever's following me. Oh yeah, so that's cool. I'm going to keep this name private. But it looks like you can actually message people now. So it used to be on Peggy that you couldn't message people, but now you can, which is interesting. I have not even tried that yet. That's pretty amazing. When I first started Peggy, you couldn't message people, which made it annoying because you could follow and connect with collectors, but you couldn't, like, send them a pitch or anything. And they couldn't message you, I guess, which probably is pretty bad too. They could only buy, right? But now it's become a much more social platform, which I think is awesome. So here we go. Let's do this. Let's take our black here. That's the other plan. You're gonna have to create your own website and sell from there. So Josh, yeah, and the other platform is Shopify. So I had a Shopify. I was using it for about, you know, it's like $30 a month for the, and Shopify. I highly recommend Shopify because it integrates with so many platforms. Eventually, I stopped using Shopify though because this was like when I first started doing physical art, and I wasn't really getting like I wasn't even getting traffic. So that's another thing too. Is I wasn't even getting traffic to my Shopify store, which, you know, depending on where you are at in your career, if you're actually well known or whatever, then it may not be easier to get traffic. But Peggy helped me get traffic. It helped me get eyes on my artwork. And sometimes that's more important than having total control over your logistics, right? You know, obviously best if you can take total control of your art career and manage all of your digital assets and do all of that at once. Absolutely amazing if you could do that right at the beginning and maintain that all throughout and control all your artworks. But at the same time, that's also very unrealistic. Even if you're technology friendly, the last thing you want to do is, pull hours away from painting, the few hours that you may or may not have from painting, just to manage a Shopify store. So that's why I actually, went with Peggy, is because they figure out the shipping for you. They have an option where they handle the shipping for you and everything. And they got me people. They connected me with people. Whereas, when I was doing Shopify, it was everything all myself. I had to invest in the ads. I had to invest in, $30 a month PayPal. I had to re-upload all of my artwork that I was already uploading to all these other websites. So, those are just choices that you have to make, right? Those are just choices. And you know what? Eventually, if you get enough of an audience, then you can always start a Shopify or get on Peggy. But for me, I didn't want to have to manage a Shopify again. I've managed Shopifys before, and it could be a headache. But let's see, where do I want to put this color right now? I've just been holding this brush. Let's actually throw some black on in a circle around here. I'm gonna go. So yeah, I definitely had Shopify for a little bit. And hey, if you have a business, like you already have products to sell, and you are willing to put in the time and effort to publish all of your art pieces onto Shopify and then figure out the shipping, logistics, the weights, the boxes, the packaging, the integrations. By the way, another great thing about Shopify, if you're able to do it, is its integrations with like TikTok and YouTube. So, right now I could integrate my Shopify to this page, but there are some loopholes that you have to hoops that you have to jump through. I don't remember what they were when I tried to do it and integrate with my YouTube, but there were some hoops that I had to jump through that made them really challenging. And another reason why I went with a platform that's already existent, which was Peggy. I know I tried Saatchi, or whatever, but hey, just decided to stick with Peggy. Yeah. But yeah, the most the absolute best thing you could possibly do is make your own Shopify store, control all of your assets, your products, your shipment, your distribution. But, do you have the time for that? Do you have the skills for that? Do you have the technology know-how? Are you even, is that worth it for you? Do you have someone to manage it for you? So I did not. And therefore, I decided to go with a platform that was already developed. And I don't regret it. Eventually, I will start a Shopify, though. If I had more prints to sell, I would definitely go with a Shopify eventually. I'm very... Or, it doesn't have to be a Shopify if you're good at technology. WooCommerce, you got Wix. Even Etsy's really good. I think Etsy's... I don't know. I haven't experimented with Etsy for paintings, but I think Etsy's really good if you are like a sculptor, or you make jewelry, or like some type of handcraft other than painting. But again, I haven't really tested out Etsy for that. Etsy does have a integration into Shopify though. But let's see. All right, so we have a new viewer that I have totally ignored. Night Watcher, what's going on? How are you? 100% agree. Name known, real key. Good to know about Shopify. Artists will spend 20-30% of their time making art and the rest building and maintaining the business of their art. Right? Gotta go. Live conversation. You're welcome. Speakable. Night Watcher. One of my friends early if he wants, he could literally become a millionaire if he wants, because Bitcoin has so much value, but he doesn't because he doesn't need to. He has a stable job. Right, yeah. Yeah, I have a friend, he said he got into Bitcoin early, and he said that as soon as Bitcoin hit $100,000, he would become a millionaire because he had 10 Bitcoins. So I congratulated him last month when Bitcoin hit 100,000 for becoming a millionaire. That's awesome. That was also important to start with Shopify. Yeah, and you know what? Shopify has a few different versions. They've got like a $5 a month version, a $30 a month version. You don't always have to go with the top premium. And it just all depends on what you want to do. I like Shopify. It's just I don't have the time to manage it. And there's definitely times when I use Shopify and I get stuck. And I'm just like, why am I doing this? I don't have that large of an audience yet. I don't have, I don't have people that can manage it for me. And I don't feel like uploading my artwork to 5 different places yet, so that's why I didn't stick with Shopify. Although, maybe if I didn't quit on it, there might be some benefit out of it, but just was not the right time for me. And let's see. And yeah. But more power to anyone that does use Shopify. It's a great platform. I like Shopify. And it really gives you control over your e-commerce. All right, so much talking, my goodness. More talking than painting this session. Or anything. Capital is so important to start with Shopify. Yes, anything. Capital is always important. Yes. Wouldn't it be great if everybody was born with $1 billion? But you know what I also think is interesting is I was reading this research, and it does say that almost pretty much anyone makes at least $1 million over the course of their life. Pretty much everyone. In America, at least. In like a modern country like America or the United Kingdom, most people end up making $1 million over the course of their lives. And the real question is, how do they use that money? Some people use it very well, and then some people don't. And that is really where a difference lies. Where there's a big separation. Everyone with $1 billion decided to be generous. Well, that would be pretty cool too. So apparently, if you had $1 billion, you could spend like, I think something like, let's do the math here. I think if you just had $1 billion, you could spend $100,000 a day for like 27 years. So let's do the math. So we're gonna go $1 billion. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's 100 million. So we're at 1 billion now. So if you had $1 billion divided by 365, or no, let's $1 billion divided by 100,000. Let's see how many. 100,000. 1, 2, 3. So if you divided by $1 billion by $100,000, it would be 10,000 days, I think. So $1 billion divided by 100,000 would last you 10,000 days, or $100,000 a year for 10,000 years, or $100,000 a day, or $100,000 for 10,000 days. This could be either years or days. Now, if we're going to do days, we need to divide that by 365. So how many days would it? 365 days a year, so we would do 365. So if you divide 10,000 by 365, that's how many days? That would be 27.39 years. So if you had $1 billion, you could spend $100,000 a day for 27.4 years. How crazy is that? My goodness. I mean, it's not crazy. It's like, it's happening. There are some incredibly wealthy people out there. Incredibly wealthy. And hopefully they all buy art. So here we go. So we eat a lot of take, $1 billion. Some choose to save, invest, others get stuck in survival. We eat a lot of takeout. A lot of takeout, yeah. I eat a lot of takeout. You read a statistic that America has the most billionaires in the world, which increases the percentage by like 10%, could be getting the numbers wrong. You don't think you could spend $100,000 a day, but your wife could? Well, isn't that the whole point of getting married, is to have somebody in your life that can spend all your money for you? Like, what's the point of having a lot of money if you don't have somebody in your life that'll spend it for you? Alright, what do I do with this? Clean this brush off so many times. Let's clean this brush off again. Why do I think professional artists... Josh asks, why do I think professional artists are a bit sour sometimes, giving permissions away to use the art piece as a reference or just to use it and change it a little? Josh, can you clarify that question? Because I'm not quite exactly sure. I don't know that artists are sour about giving permissions, because it depends. Like, I don't know. Can you expand on that? Is there a specific type of artist that you're talking about, or a specific situation? Like, I don't know what artists you're talking about that are just giving away their pieces as reference or using it to change a little and they're sour about it. I'm not sure where that's coming from, or what the context is, or if it's even... I mean, I guess since you're saying it's fairly accurate, but I don't really know that it is. I'm not too sure what specifically the situation that you're addressing. All right. Well, anyway, where's this going? We're just going to continue on painting. This has been a conversational painting with many conversations that have happened. And let me see. I should have used this brush because this already has a dark color on it, but it's too late now. How do we brighten this up? I don't know. The unusualness of these paintings that I make. It's profound. It's eye-catching. It's engaging. Let me go with some red white. I'm going to grab this white, bring it in with our red here. I'm going to make this pink. And let's go right into here. We need to spice up this area around the edge here. Let's cut around this corner. Give it a little bit of a curve here. You wanted to use a background of a painting from a well-known illustrator, Jim Burns. You contacted him for his agent, at least asking if you could use a background in your own piece, but just change it. Oh, so you're saying you wanted to use somebody's artwork, and you're saying that they didn't want to give it to you. I mean, dude, why do I don't know. I mean, I don't consider that being sour. But I think it's good that you asked for permission. You sought permission. That's the ethical thing to do. But yeah, I mean, all my artwork, anytime I use a reference, I usually, try to find something that is in the public domain or offered as Creative Commons, or I buy a photo pack, or people clearly put it up for reference purposes. But definitely for living artists, I mean, it's their work. They do whatever they want with their work as they please. So I don't know. I think there's yeah, exactly. So I'm not a lawyer. I can't give law advice right now as to copyright. So was that person bitter? I don't know. I don't. It's an interesting question. I can understand why someone might not want to give their art away without compensation. And honestly, I don't think it's sour. Where do we go from here? Yeah, I don't know that it's sour. I don't consider that being a sour artist. And it also depends on the context of the use. Like, if you're like, hey dude, I want to just use your artwork as a background, and I'm totally just gonna change it so nobody knows it's you. I don't know, and there's a difference between like using something that's totally unique that like maybe nobody has ever made before as a background and then altering it versus, I don't know, whatever interpretation. I mean, Andy Warhol stole the tomato soup can image, and there's something to be said about artwork. So who knows? Offered compensation, they said no. Some of me was, you did ask how you could change it to avoid any issues, and they basically, Yeah, I don't know. That's not, I mean, you did offer compensation, so I don't really know what the situation was there. I mean, hard to say. You probably know. I mean, you probably know better what it was. Maybe, you know, your offer wasn't high enough. There's always that possibility. Like, maybe your offer was offensively low. Like, that is a possibility. Like, you know, having an offer that's offensively low. Like, you know, what do you think this is? Right? What do you think my artwork is? I mean, here's a question. Have you? And by the way, this is related but also separate. You know, Josh, have you ever been offered something offensively low before? Has anyone ever been like to you, "Hey man, I'll give you an offensively low offer for whatever it is," whether you're trying to trade or sell something, and you know, maybe they didn't think that you knew the value of what you had, or they don't believe in your value or whatever. That could be a thing, you know. Just trying to think outside the box of what could have happened. Could have been anything, right? Anything could have happened. They could have been having a bad day. They could have thought you were a scammer. I don't know. But it sounds like you tried to do it in a legitimate way, so what happened, only they would be able to tell. I don't know. Said Warhol made it his own though by painting an image of it. So can you expand on that, Omizu? Like, what do you mean by he made it his own by painting an image of it? Is it the simple act of painting an image of it that made it his own, or do you feel like there was something special about Warhol that painting an image of it made it his? You know what I need to do? I need to stop being a wimp with these paints and trying to make like little strokes and just go all out. Let's go. I'm painting too slow. Other possibilities of what the reason could be. No offer decided, just suggestion of an offer. Then it was his piece. I don't know how I feel about this. Why do I choose abstract art if it makes you ask? At the time he did those, no one else had done anything like what he had done. Provoking Neil Armstrong planting the flag on the moon. Good point, good point. Good point there. Why do I choose abstract art? So, Josh, abstract art is a... it's what I'm doing today. I do have like more figurative pieces. I do have more figurative pieces, but I mean, I could go on and on, I guess, like of why I choose to do abstract art. I mean, first, I mean, today my mood is not a figurative mood, you know. I just do not feel like painting figuratively. And, you know, some other reasons I pick abstract art is, especially for like very technical artwork, and maybe this could be considered technical, but especially for some very technical artwork, I feel like I lose the creativity of it, the spontaneous creation of creation and expression when I get too technical with figurative stuff. Like, you know, if I have an image in my head, right? Let's say I just want to paint the face of Marilyn Monroe. Like, I think the idea of just painting the face of the Marilyn Monroe is the creative act, right? The actual idea of itself is the creative act, is the expression, is the spontaneous thought. And we're getting philosophical here, but the actual act, the actual physical painting of Marilyn Monroe itself, like me getting all specific about the color, the choices, copying, all that, that's not the creative act. I mean, yes, you can add your own creative twist, your spin, but that comes from the idea, whereas I feel like a lot of the abstract work, I'm not saying it's more creative or less creative than, you know, wanting to paint Marilyn Monroe, but this is like when I go through this, as I'm making these marks, that's the expression, that's the creative decision, that is a creative element, rather than the technical act of matching and perfectly copying Marilyn Monroe and picking the skin tones, perfectly mixing colors. That is all a technical craft, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's not like less creative. I mean, in my opinion, it is the less creative element of it, but not necessarily in a bad way, not necessarily in a less artistic way. Just you know, when I'm doing this abstract stuff, I feel as if there's certain freedom to it. There's a avant-garde-ism to it. There's a spontaneity. There's a accessing certain parts of the brain, accessing certain parts of my mind that you know, I might not be accessing. And you know what? Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. And you know, only the future will tell if people truly like it or whatever, or maybe I'm just doing it for myself, you know? That's another question I've asked myself when I do abstract art, is I'm like, if I was painting just for myself, what kind of art would I make? Would I really, you know, sit in this apartment silently painting Marilyn Monroe? Probably not. I'm not that big of a fan of her, right? Would I really do that? But would I like sit around and just like put paint on a canvas to free my mind up a little bit, loosen up, get out of my own head? Would I do something like this? Yeah, I would. But that's just my personal art philosophy. I'm sure it could have a lot of critics, a lot of people who disagree. What do I prefer, Warhol Marilyn or de Kooning? Huh, I don't actually know de Kooning's Marilyn. Oh wait, de Kooning, is he the one that does the comic books? Or like the comic book dots? Who's that guy? I don't think that's de Kooning. Let me look up de Kooning's Marilyn Monroe. Oh yeah, that's another thing. So like, you know, they both have versions of Marilyn Monroe, and I think the creative act itself is the idea of how it's supposed to be. So, you know, Warhol, I think he used like different colors. He did the silk screens. And then, you know, that idea in itself is the creative act. The actual production of it is just the technical, you know, especially when it comes to photography. You know, he used photography, used the silk screens. You know, he could creatively put that all together. But once that act was done, you know, once he came up with the logistics of doing the silk screen with Marilyn Monroe's photo and picking the color combination and getting it onto a really high-end print. Oh yeah, Liechtenstein. So, you know, that is a creative act, but the actual technical, I guess, the technical doing of it, he basically was able to get it repeated, right? He was able to hire somebody to be in the silkscreen printing room to, like, do that work. So that's how I see sometimes the technical element of it. Not trying to, like, put it down as easy, especially, like, really brilliant, high-end, you know, Mona Lisas, you know, Rembrandts, modern technical realism. I mean, that's all very, very amazing, and it does require a high level of skill, discipline, training. But at the same time, once the idea is there, once they already have the vision of what they need to do, like, you know, the plan out, the composition of everything, I think that's a creative act, but the actual just like laying down of the paint becomes less about the creative act and more about the technical, like, doing. So that's why I like physical art, or I mean abstract artwork a lot. But de Kooning. Oh, well, which one do I like more? De Kooning's Marilyn? I guess this is what you mean by de Kooning's Marilyn Monroe? I've never seen this, but I did not know that this, I would have never guessed this is Marilyn Monroe. Do I like this? You know what? I love the qualities of it, the expressive idea. You know, I don't necessarily want to answer this question because I like them both. They both have their qualities. And I don't necessarily want to just say this one just for the sake of it being so abstract and unusual. But I also don't want to discredit, like, Warhol's. I don't know. I'm going to, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to say I like this one better. Just for the sole fact that there's so much expressiveness in this. There's such a freedom to this. There's such a freedom to de Kooning's Marilyn Monroe that I love it. There's a creative, free spirit in that. Right. So there's always be critics, but it's our own work, and we shouldn't care. So yeah, I mean, that's my answer. I almost didn't want to answer because, you know what? They're both like amazing in their own way. Alright, let's free up. So I've got this really hard brush right here. It is very hard. You can see that it's stiff. I'm trying to push it, but it's totally stiff. And let's see how we can use this brush to add stuff to this. Very dry brush here. Very dry, scratchy brush. Let's free ourselves up a little bit from this. from this. This has just scraped up a ton of paint. I don't know where this paint's coming from. Where the scraped paint is coming from. I don't know if it's coming from the brush or what. Let's go with this yellow here. Grab some of this blue. We'll grab this blue. Let's see, where does this go? Where do we go from here? You know what, let's lay down some of this paint just directly onto the canvas here. We spent a lot of time to reach this point, right? I really love this color. I'm gonna be sad when I don't have any more. I'll have to buy a big bulk of it, but it's Azo Yellow Deep. It's like an orange yellow. It's not quite yellow, but it's like an orange yellow. And I love it because you can either go orange with it or you can go yellow with it. It's great for like skin tones and stuff. So I'm looking back at the camera because I like to look at it on the camera because it helps me like reverse the image and get a feel for it while also shrinking it on the camera. It shrinks by a lot on the camera, so I get to see it as more of like a whole picture, a whole idea rather than just this big canvas. I really like how this has appeared. Let's see, let's grab some more yellow. We're just gonna go up into here. Let's see how I can use this black to like start to just like come up with stuff that goes inside these things. And here we go. I'm actually liking how it's looking. It's a little bit crazy, but I think it reflects. How do I price my art? So if you want to hear of a pricing strategy, Josh, just out of curiosity, you know, are you, it depends, like, I don't want to over-explain, but I also wonder, like, you know, where are you in your art practice? Just out of curiosity, because I want to try to answer your question the best way possible. I'm just curious, like, you know, what makes you ask this question? Are you, you know, a digital artist struggling to, you know, figure out how to, you know, price your art? Are you a like, you know, are you a fine artist? How do you paint? Do you paint? Are you a sculptor? Like I don't want to over-explain and have it like just be overwhelming, but I don't want to like, you know, I don't want to repeat something that you might already know. Or that you might have already thought of. Because at the same time, although I'm happy to share how I price my art, I don't think it should necessarily be followed by anybody. When I say anybody, I mean like just anybody, not like, you know, nobody should follow the pricing method. But it's also, I don't think it's my specific methods are necessarily relevant to everybody, particularly you know, depending on what your craft is. And then, you know, I also don't think that the pricing methods of say Mark Maggiore would be the same way that I would price, you know, my work. Used to paint a while ago, just started in the past year, getting into it again, made the best choice, you paint mostly. So you're painting, you're doing physical work, and what type of work do you do? Because here's the spray painting. Okay, because here's the answer, right? And I'm still curious as to, like, you know, what you're working on. Are you trying to sell murals? Like, there's so many things that you really have to ask yourself the question about that, you know, asking me specifically may not be relevant or even helpful. Because, first of all, I mean, if you're a fine artist, art is totally subjective. If you go on Reddit right now and you ask this question, the most upvoted answer is going to be something along the lines of, okay, well, figure out how much your time is worth figure out the minimum wage in your town. And if you want to figure out the minimum wage and then add like $10, so if your minimum wage is like $9, then say your time is worth $19, then multiply that by the amount of supplies that you use, and then add to that how much you think your art is worth, and then add to that like the supplies, and then, you know, do this math, and whatever that value is times the amount of time that you spent is equal to, you know, whatever, right? You're going to get some like crazy, you're going to get some mathematical answer on Reddit. That's going to be the most upvoted answer and whatever, right? That sounded dumb because I made it sound dumb because I don't like that answer. I think it's ridiculous, and that's not how fine artists should value their artwork. But if you're a digital artist, you know, if you're a digital artist, if you're working for a company, if you are being hired as an independent contractor, and you can pump out like digital art really quickly, and you have a specific style, and you do certain types of designs, and somebody hires you, then yeah, be paid by the hour. That's how you should value your artwork. And you know, the majority of people on Reddit are probably doing artwork like that. Like, hey, I make logos I make a logo design. I'm an artist. I make a logo design for companies. How much should I price my work? That's where you should get those answers. And I know I was a little sarcastic. I know I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings or whatever. I was a little sarcastic. I don't like those answers that like really break it down by the number. But because fine artists, you really got to figure out where you stand in the market. You got to go visit the galleries where you live. You got to go see how much other people's artwork's selling for. You got to look up the artists, figuring out what they're doing. You got to get into a group show, go to a group art show, and see what other either amateur or professional artists are selling their artwork for. And you just gotta pick a price, right? And you also got to realize that you know, what your personal goals are. If your personal goal is to, you know, make art prints, then, you know, you really got to figure out the pricing for the prints, not so much like what you're going to sell in the gallery for. And again, I don't even know what I'm going to price this. I'm probably going to make it up at some point and figure out, like, you know, how unique is this piece, how much I value my own time, things like that. And you know what? That's like really where you got to pretty much base your details off of. You know, there's no mathematical formula for art that... There's no mathematical formula. Like, where's your brand at? Yeah, and then you're gonna ultimately come up with your pricing. Now, of course, I can't give you another strategy, right? Like, if you make a painting and you can create a print of it and sell a print of it for, let's say, $50, $100, however much, are you really going to sell the original of that painting for less than the price of a print? So that's a question. That's a pricing strategy. You know, I would call it like a tiered pricing strategy. Like, hey, I could sell you a t-shirt of this painting for $25, $30, $50, whatever you value your artwork at. And then if you want the original, like, hey, let's talk about it, right? So, you know, there's that. So again, I don't know where you are. I didn't, you know, want to go into this detailed of an answer because maybe you're not ready to do prints. Maybe you don't have the resources to take photos and then post them onto Printful and then get them printed out to sell, right? So there's a lot that goes in, but you know, the question that the answers I dislike is the whole, well, if your minimum wage is $10 and you value your time at $15 per hour and you bought $10 worth, $20 worth of supplies, and you multiply your time by the amount of dollars that you feel it. So $20 times 10 hours means you should get $250 for your painting. I don't really believe in that. And sometimes, like, the other thing is, especially with fine art, like when you reach conclusions, if an artist does a painting, you know, if an artist does a painting and they spent an entire year studying Picasso, right? And they finished a painting that's like Picasso-esque in 2 hours, and they're going to price their work at $25 an hour, and they try to sell it for $50, like, that totally discredits this entire year that this person spent trying to study Picasso. And, you know, again, that's like just an example. Like that is not how I think fine art should be valued. You know, I think that person, even if it's their very first painting, but they spent an entire year studying Picasso, and they came up with this brilliant piece that's any Picasso buyer would want, they should put a much higher price than $50 an hour. So that's another reason why I can't stand that answer to the question, how much. I'm not saying I can't stand your question. I'm saying I can't stand the mathematical answers to that question. But also, I think the question itself, like, is just, there's rarely ever enough information, right? No one ever breaks down the details of their artwork, the type of art that they do, what they, you know, what their goals are. Like, you know, no one ever shares that. So I guess the only like realistic answer without speaking to someone specifically about your situation is, hey, yeah, multiply how much you value your time by the amount of hours that you spend on a piece. That's the easy answer, but I don't like it. And I usually don't answer these questions on Reddit because it's never so simple. But there's my rant. You got me into a little bit of a rant there. The work, mainly realism, fine art, yes, but very beginner phases, a bit of mix, splashing, and realism. Wow. Okay, so yeah, there's my rant about the pricing question. And I wasn't ranting at you. It was more like ranting about some of these like posts I see that, you know, I don't really think fully helps an artist to capture their value. Therefore, I don't answer because it's a lot. It's rarely ever simple. And, you know, I think it's good for you as an artist to, you know, ask, but also for anyone who has questions to not just seek a simple written answer, to give more details about where you're at, what your situation is. It's all different. And here's the other thing. Have you ever sold artwork before? Like, I've definitely sold drawings for $30 to $50. I've sold drawings and sketches. I've sold prints. I've sold postcards for, you know, 50 cents or no, maybe like $1 or something. Sold postcards. I've been commissioned for painting. So, you know, if you've never actually earned X amount of dollars for a painting, like, it's going to be hard to get yourself to ask for that. Like this, God, I know I'm comparing this question to like what I see on Reddit, but it's just some of the stuff on Reddit. People are like, oh, I would pay $10 for that artwork. And I'm just like, that's like such a terrible place to ask the question. But, you know, I've definitely thought of this answer. And, you know, I hope it was at least helpful. But even if it was a bit ranty. But, yeah. A bit ranty, a bit but you know what, I guess like at some level that is the easiest answer for some. If someone doesn't give you any details about their artwork, about the pricing, I mean, it probably means that they're a new artist, or, you know, they've never sold work before. So maybe that answer makes sense, because, you know, it's like, what else are you going to tell them? But at the same time, you know, no one's going to write a full-on essay as long as that rant that I just did as to what the best way to price work is. Like one of my first commissions, I'm not going to go too much into details, but one of my first commissions, I pretty much had to come up with a price on the spot. And luckily, they, you know, the commissioner didn't negotiate, you know, didn't really, like, I already had to know how much this specific type of painting would be in the market. So, you know, I had to be prepared to answer that. So another question is, are you prepared? Like, if you do landscapes, do you know the price of a landscape painting at a local gallery, you know? And if you don't have the brand power of somebody who does landscape paintings that's in a nice gallery, you know, are you going to be able to convince yourself to claim a price? So, you know, I had an idea of what commissions typically were in that price range. And because I was fairly new at doing that specific type of commission, you know, I discounted it a lot. If they were to hire another painter of a similar for a similar event, for a similar commission, that had been doing it for many, many years, it would have been at least 3 times as much. And I just happen to know that. So I guess it comes with preparedness. And, you know, they hired me. I don't think they hired me because I was the cheapest. But definitely, you know, you just gotta be aware of the market, you know. Go visit some galleries, see what things are selling for. That's all I could say. Always vary though, because the name behind the painting, I mean, yes, of course. And at the same time, you know, as I mentioned, like, it's good to have like a pricing strategy handy, right? That's the great thing about having art prints, is people can always have a piece of your artwork without having the original. They don't need the original. The only person that would need an original is someone who really loves art, and you know what, they would be willing to pay for it, pay for the design, pay for the artwork. And as far as that is concerned, like, if you can sell a print, a very nice fine art print, for however much money, $50, $100, $1,000, however much you think that piece will sell for as a print, a postcard for 50 cents, you know, having this like tiered system of access to your artwork, certain exclusivity or whatever, you know, if you know that, and you can offer those things to somebody, which is why I think prints is important, is you can offer these things to somebody. You know, you would never sell a painting for less than the price that you could sell the postcard version of before, right? Obviously. But of course, at some level, if you're building up your brand, you have to figure out a way to get it seen. So it all depends. I mean, you know, Banksy sold his artworks for like, there was a time when he was, I think Omizu knows the story, but Banksy was like selling artwork for like $60. You could buy a Banksy piece for $60 off the street of Manhattan at one point, and you know, those pieces would sell for thousands. Yeah, so there's that. That's my thoughts on pricing. There's a lot there to unravel, but I think it's good to have a strategy, and I think galleries have these strategies, right? They're like, hey, we've got these prints for sale. We've got, you know, we're going to do a limited edition print of this. We're not selling the original. We're just selling the limited edition prints, because the original is very expensive, right? This is just a lot of things to think about, but I think about this stuff like all the time. So anyway, the price will always be. You got magnets. There you go. Omizu's got magnets, right? Omizu has magnets. People love magnets. If you've got a refrigerator, you should have Omizu's or Corey's artwork on your refrigerator. There's no reason not to have a one of Corey's Picasso's cats on your refrigerator. Corey's Cats. That would be a good name for a series, Corey's Cats. All right, I need some white. I don't know. So, Corey, what are your thoughts on what I said? What are your thoughts? What do you disagree with? What do you agree with? What do you know, how do you price your artwork? Now, I know, like, you're making a book. So, as an artist, right, like, that's a totally different pricing thought than hey, how do I price this painting? Totally different art process there. And you know what? You're also, if you're doing your own book, then that is a lot of, you know, that's taking your authorship, your everything into your own hands. So, you know, people aren't going to pay $1,000 for a book unless it's a super rare book. But You know, how do you decide that? What will be interesting is if, like, how do you price if your book becomes a series like that wants to be turned into a TV show? That'll be an interesting question. I don't know how to price that, but I definitely have my own pricing strategies for my paintings. Excuse me. Josh, what do you mean as in prices that you could buy a car? I don't understand. Like, how do you make prices? How do you price for more than what you would buy a car for? Like, you know, honestly, I'm not at the level where I'm selling paintings for as much as a car is worth. So I'm not the right person to answer that question. So I will have to defer that question. You know, I can freely share my pricing strategy, my current pricing strategy, but I can't tell you how to, I mean, I guess I could kind of like give hints. You know, I could kind of like push you in the direction of selling things for more than the price of a car, selling paintings for more than the price of a car, but I can't really tell you that I've done it, right? And I think the best people to get advice from are the people that have done it. Although, you know, sometimes there's people that are just know things. They naturally think in a way that can be very helpful to push in that direction. But if they don't have the experience, you know, sometimes they can't necessarily totally guide you in the direction you want to go. And although I think I'd be able to, you know, talk about how somebody could hypothetically start to sell paintings for the price of a car, which I think simply just charging that price, doing it a lot, getting really famous, networking very well, and connecting to a gallery, making up a really good story for your artwork and your purpose for painting and all that. And you put that all together and you can start selling your artwork for more than the price of a car. But as of right now, I don't think you're at that level, and I don't think, and I know I'm not at that level yet. Although, you know, tomorrow I could wake up and say that I am. But you know, seek answers from people that have the experience. So, might have read the question wrong. Apologize. Paid to have a couple of cars fixed after being paid from an illustration project. Paid to have a couple of cars fixed. Wow. That's great. All right. Well, this piece... Let's see. How much should I sell this piece for? This took me about 3 hours, 2 of which I was talking. So it should only be about... minimum wage in Los Angeles is only 17 something right now. So let's just say $18. I'll round up. And let's see, it took me about an hour with 2 hours of talking on live stream. And I probably used about, I'm going to estimate with a wink, about $100 worth of supplies here with the canvas. And let me think. So I think I should sell this for no more than $120. What's everybody? $120? There we go. $120. Just kidding. That's not how it should be done. But if somebody did want to buy this for $120 right now, I don't think I would. But I would just make a print of it and sell it for $120. Paid to a couple car fix. First official vehicle was a used car. Wow. $200 vehicle? That's amazing, dude. Well, I think this piece needs... By the way, I was like doing the math just now, just to like highlight how goofy that sounds. How goofy, doing the math can sound, right? Like, I don't think anyone should think like that unless they're working for a company and, they're thinking about billing and they need to get very accurate with, how much time they're spending on their art piece. But I think for fine art, it's kind of goofy to break down your pricing by hourly. And at the same time, you got to realize that this is one of a kind. There's never been any painting. There's not a single other painting on the planet that is exactly like this, right? I mean, maybe there might be similarities. Like, I have other paintings that are like this from the mind of Emmett Ferguson, but there really is no... I mean, I don't know every artist in the world, and it's stopping me from saying that there's no other painting like this on the planet, but I'm sure another artist has done something like this before. I don't know. Maybe there isn't. And that makes this unique. So how much should I charge for it? I think it's worth more than $120. So I know it's worth more than $120. The uniqueness, just the uniqueness element of alone. But hey, sometimes people don't like uniqueness. But even better if you didn't have to spend. Yeah, the method of pricing is not okay. And again, this wasn't a commission. Like, if you're commissioned to do something, you do have to, at some level, figure out an hourly rate that you feel is worth your time, right? You do. But also, don't underestimate your own value. As far as that is concerned. Oh, cool. You think it's a living room. That's awesome. Well, thanks for sharing that. Yes, maybe it is an abstract of a living room. What else do I need to do here? I want to use a dry brush. I'm going to go in with this dry brush. Just want to take some of this paint and like scratch it in. So Don Drell's probably not here right now, but I really like Don Drell's work where he kind of just like creates this like textured look onto his pieces. I know he doesn't always use oil paint. I think he works mostly with like pastels and stuff. So, you know, totally different medium, totally different way that textures work. But I really like his work for it's like a rough quality to some of his paintings or his pieces. And I really like how that gets expressed. But if I wanted to do that, I should just use pastels. I have pastels. Let me see how these pastels work on... I don't think it's going to work very well, actually, but we'll see. We'll try it out. I've got these oil pastels here by Paul Rubens. They're very oily. They're very oily. Let me see. Let me see how this all manifests. Now you see a face. Okay, I mean this kind of goes in there, but it doesn't really like, kind of just scrapes off the paint. Oh, I can't say that this is the way. Yeah, this is not the way. This is not the way. Not the way. Let me see how I can get that back here. I don't like how it like scraped it off. Then it feels like not the way. I mean, you know what's funny is I kind of knew that that's what would happen, is that it would create this like, you know, it basically scrape the paint off. But I did it anyway. I don't know why I do these things that I already know the bad thing that's going to happen, but why not? Maybe if I like scratch this off, I can do it. Oh yeah, I kind of did something. But I don't think I'm a fan of this method, especially since it wastes my oil pastel. Or you know what? Hey, let's try this. Let's try scratching off this oil pastel. So we're going to scratch it off and then lay it down and see what happens. Nope, it just like mixes the color. Not very good. Maybe that is the color. I don't know. That probably is the color. Let's see. Let's keep doing this. Let's keep scraping some of this color off and just... Yeah, this oil, it's not working. All right, well, that was worth a try, and nothing good came of it, as I had almost expected. I pretty much expected it, but I did it anyway. What's up, dude? Here's a question, food for thought. Should you do things even if you know the result is going to be a bad result? Never know what will work out. Or if you think a result is going to be a bad... Oh, so it is a soft oil pastel. Now you see the face. Those would be good after using acrylic, yeah, I guess. You know, yeah, because oil paint's still wet. Just totally going to scrape everything off. What else should I do? What else can I mess around with? I don't know. Do I want to keep messing around with this? I feel like I've got something here. I'm really falling in love with this style, this abstract style of painting, of like not having... Here's a bigger one. Let me share some artwork here. Here's another bigger piece I created. And my question would be, like, is it easy to copy or is it distinct enough? But I don't think there's too many people that would like make this. Here's a style. So I think I am coming to my own style, my own method of doing things. But now the question is, you know, how do you really build up? How do you really build something like this up? And I entered these into a show, so we'll see if that comes to anything, but this is fairly new. I haven't really know the outcome. If we think the outcome would be bad, we do it. If we know the outcome, maybe not. Yeah, exactly. You just have to try it, find out for yourselves. So I actually like this piece. All right, this was fun. I liked it. I like it. I like it a lot. And I'm gonna sign it. Where should I sign it? Go with the red. Go with some black. Let's sign it with black. Okay. Thanks, Josh. I haven't gotten in it yet, but we'll see. I'm actually going to put this on mute. I'm going to take a quick break just for a few minutes. Oh, man. That spot right there needs some brushing. I don't like to leave like empty spaces on these paintings. So I just fill them in with random marks. I do like the brushiness. It's like this effect. I think we got something here that I can be happy with. Alright, I'm gonna put this on mute for a minute, take a break. I'll show our cat here in a few moments. If you want to wait and see a cat, we'll show it. But I gotta mute this for a second, take a little break. Get a drink of water or something. If anybody needs a break right now is a good time. Let's see. How do I mute this? I don't think I can mute this. Uh-oh. Why would you not give a mute function? Video only mode. Media. Video and photo. Widget. That is so goofy. This app, Prism, I'm using Prism Live Studio, does not give you an option to mute your video. So I don't know what to do. I don't want to end the stream, but I do want to use the bathroom. I'm just throwing it out there right now. Like, you know, nobody needs the... Alright. Oh, gosh. Alright, sorry everybody. We're gonna leave this on, but I'll try to do my best to make minimal noise. Scouty boy. Arr. All right. So we got our kitty here. He's the best. We have officially adopted him. One of the best around. What's up? Why do you want to do that? What are you looking up for? I love the way cats smell. They have like this sweet smell, like cinnamon or something. He's a little panther. Look at this guy. He's a panther, just waiting to hunt. I think this one doesn't have a natural hunting instinct, but the other one does. His sister is just a natural-born hunter. Natural-born hunter, but this guy, he's too sweet. You pick him up and he starts purring. Look at this, just see me play with his paws. Look at those beautiful claws, my goodness. All right, I'm gonna let you down, boy. I'll let you down, little kitty. Look at that, how sharp that claw is. My goodness. Yes, sharp claws. All right, put him away. Put him somewhere. All right, maybe I should do a, let's see, what should we paint now? Let's paint something. What, bro? You hungry? Okay. I was working on this piece a while ago, but I don't really know if I should continue with it. Let me find out. Let's lay this down for a second while I get some gloves on. Right here. All right, that works. So who's here? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. We will continue on. Now, you know, sadly, I do these live streams on Kick as well. I just started, but like I can't, this doesn't allow me to follow the this doesn't allow me to follow the conversation on Kick. Let me see if there's any conversation happening. I really wish that Kick had better connectivity that I could chat with people, but I guess not. Let me do some editing. So, all right, so Kick is not the strongest right now, which is fine. Nobody carry on. Oh, so what made me stop? You know, a lot of things, just lack of motivation for it. Lack of motivation for it. I wanted to do other things. But let's see. On Twitch, YouTube, this is good. Check my phone. Now it's time to continue on with our life. So let's move on, people. On to the next painting. We're only we're only as good as our last painting? Is that what you wish to say? No. That's not a good motto. It's a motivational motto. It keeps you going. It keeps you productive. But I don't know if it's the most positive thing to say. You're only as good as your last painting. Okay. So let's move on with this. We're going to go bring this up. We're going to get this out of the way. Oh, you know what? I got a better place to place that painting. Oh my gosh, this kid is finished their teeth so fast. They didn't even leave any for anybody else. Greedy little kittens. All right, so we shall carry on. We shall carry on. I think this one we can actually get a little closer to it. Just because it's smaller, we can actually get a little closer to it. So this is a 16 by 20 piece. So the other one was 18 by 24, so it's like, you know, quite a bit smaller. And I can go ahead and just get started on this. There's these two sections that I did that I was like, you know what, I think the main reason why I kind of like stopped is because I had like these two sections that I did that were getting a little overwhelming for me. So when it was overwhelming, I was like, oh, I need to take a break from this, step back, and then get back to it. But we're going to get back to it today. But before we do, let me go ahead and share a little bit about the inspiration for this piece. So the inspiration for this piece is actually from the work of Charles Berg and Jean-Leon Jerome. Let me get even more detailed for you guys. Stop! Sorry, if you want to know why I went crazy, my cat was about to eat this little, it's a paper clip. Scout, get off the table, boy. So here's something I discovered when I followed one of my first favorite artists, Vincent van Gogh. When I was studying his drawings, I was like looking through his drawings, and I would literally just copy his drawings. And as I would like copy his drawings, you know, I would copy these figures. And you know, things like this right here, I would copy his figures, like this piece right here. And as I copied his drawings, I started to study his drawings more. And I realized that, look at this right here. So it says standing and sitting, male nude, after Berg. Which means after is just the artist's way of saying that this is drawn after somebody. So the daughter of Jacob Meyer, after Berg, after Holbein. So, you know, I started copying Van Gogh's drawings, Van Gogh. And then I realized that if you really study his work, a lot of his early work, like the first 5 years of his Van Gogh's art, were all from were all studies of Berg's works. So Charles Berg and Jean-Leon Jerome. So they were all just basically studies that he sent to his brother, copied directly from Charles Berg and Jean-Leon Jerome. Even as far, if you remember that image of the woman, like this was all taken from a book that he was studying. Most of his figures were taken from books that he was studying. And I'm not saying, this isn't like a good or bad thing, right? But when I discovered this, I realized that I had to pick up these studies and studying them on my own. But instead of drawing them, I wanted to paint them. So that's where this series comes from. And that's what I'm working on now. So let's see, what was the last piece that I did? Ah, here we go. So this piece right here and a bunch of these figures is where I was last working. And that's where we're going to go back to. But I need that paper clip again. Right, and I like how you can actually see kittens. As messy as my living room is, filled with art books and random paintings and all this stuff, I think at least it's interesting. You can see this cat right here. Pookie! Pookie! What are you doing? What kind of trouble are you getting into, huh? What are you doing, young kitten? Alright, let's get started. So back to this, I need smaller brushes, which means this brush won't work because it's a very rough brush. A lot of these brushes won't work, so I'm going to go ahead and clean them up. A lot of these brushes are a little too big. So I might keep this one. Clean off this palette knife here. Clean off this rubber spatula spreader brush. Yeah, I should leave that separate. Let's see, I probably clean this off. I don't really even need to clean this off. It's already so jacked up that cleaning it would like be almost pointless in my opinion, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I think even this could be an artwork, right? This could be an art piece, couldn't it? My cleaning rags. No copyright back in the day. Like, so here's the thing. I mean, when it comes to copyright, I don't know if you know this, but I think at least in fine art, if you're selling something that you painted and you correctly title, so if he said after Berg, I say this is after Berg as well, you know, technically I think you could still sell the painting, but you can't like, and again, I'm not a lawyer, this is not professional law advice, but similar to what Andy Warhol did, you know, as far as the use of it goes, you know, if you paint a tomato soup can, you could probably sell the artwork, the fine art itself, but I don't know really necessarily if you can sell like, you know, a drawing or a photo of a Campbell's tomato soup can just in mass, or you can't like reproduce it in certain ways. I'm not sure exactly, honestly. I think there has to be some creative interpretation. Or, you know, you can't sell it in mass, but as far as like a fine art goes, like a single one-off piece, like if I was to do a sculpture of like the head of Robert Downey Jr. or something, if I was to do a sculpture, one individual sculpture of Iron Man, I think, again, I'm not a lawyer, this is not law advice, I probably shouldn't share my law assumptions, but I think I could sell it as a one-off piece, like a sketch, right? Like if I was to do a drawing of Iron Man for somebody, they commissioned me to do it, then that would be totally fine. But if I tried to do a painting of Iron Man and then sell it without the rights of reproduction from Marvel, I think that is where the, and I try to sell it in mass, like on t-shirts or something, that is where trouble could be. So, just something to consider. Again, I'm not a lawyer, this is not advice for law, and you know, I wouldn't do that. I don't do pop or fan art, so I really haven't dug into that field. Although I will say, one time on Redbubble, I did a painting. So this was an aerial painting that I live near. There's a mountain, a trail near where I live where you can see Universal Studios and the Harry Potter world. And I did a plein air painting. I was outdoor painting it. And when I tried to include Harry Potter, the word Harry Potter, in the title of my artwork that I was trying to sell as prints on Redbubble, that got flagged as a copyright violation. So, you know, I think also you have to be careful with what you title if you sell in mass, but I think I could still sell the painting if I wanted to. But it doesn't really, you know, it doesn't actually have anything Harry Potter tied to it. It doesn't have it does have a photo or like a painting of the actual Harry Potter world. It's a painting of Harry Potter world, not a painting of a photo. So I think where it really gets interesting is using that in the title. But just be careful, you know, don't steal things. Nobody got upset at me for that. I just got it taken down and I had to rename it. That's it. But yeah, just things to consider. I try to always be considerate of that stuff. And I think if you at least, you know, if you're not blatantly stealing artwork, then you should be fine. Yeah, they hit me for that. So your favorite line is art and everything, so that paint rag could be my next million. It was lucky that there was a copyright back in the day. Yeah. So, yeah, they really hit me for that. But, like, you know, I think it really comes down to, because I was trying to sell it as like a mass print, right? And in a way, you know, now if you really think about it, in a way, that name, because the painting really didn't have that much to do with Harry Potter, except for the fact that Harry Potter world was in it from an aerial view. You know, I think it's like an iffy take on it, and I really couldn't argue it. But honestly, if I was to try to sell it, I would still put that name in it, because it is technically an aerial view. But you know, just things to look out for. Just things to look out for. So let's see, where was I? I'm on this guy, so I should probably flip this right now. I'm gonna flip this. And let's bring down some colors here. So this is that like yellow orange that I was using earlier. I might actually need a break in about an hour or less. But yeah. So Josh, were you the one saying that you're gonna set up your art station while you're watching this? Was that you, or is that somebody else? If that wasn't you, then you can ignore what I'm just saying just now. But how's your progress? Are you getting any great ideas? Anything brainstormed? Any inspirations, awarenesses? Oh yeah, I gotta clean this brush as well. I didn't clean this brush yet. You know, I think I totally should be keeping these rags. And yo, these actually look pretty cool. I actually do like them. So I am going to make the effort to keep these from now on. Let's see. That brush is cleaned. I think this brush might need a little... Oh yeah, this brush needs to be cleaned because I'm not going to use it. Let's get back to this. And now let's go. I could be using this brush for the rest. I really love these brushes. These are by Blick. Get these from the Blick store, and I like it because it's like a. It feels. I think it's a natural bristle, but it also has the texture of some of the non-natural bristles that I like. And this is a Rosemary Co brush, so you could tell these fibers are a little bit. Maybe you can't tell, but. These fibers are fairly similar, but this feels like a more natural bristle, whereas this is a bit thicker and a bit more springy. But, you know, this just has a bit of a softer effect. And I would definitely see myself buying more of these brushes. Well, both brushes. But Rosemary Co. I have to order online. The Blick brushes I can just buy in person. So I'm going to keep this brush handy. Got these small brushes. And my goodness, my mind is starting to crash. My mind is definitely starting to crash as far as creativity is concerned. But let's see if we can go further. I like to push myself as far as my creative energies go, especially when I have the free time to paint. I haven't been painting like a lot this past month, and sometimes I like to just push myself where my creative energy goes. I also like when I stand and paint. I like the physicality of standing and painting, because I feel like I'm working like, you know, my body as well, even though it's not like super physically strenuating. I think it's good for you to stand and move around. Whereas in some of my part-time work, you know, I'm just sitting at a desk a lot and I don't get to move around. So this painting is quite, standing and painting is quite nice for me. So let's see. Looking at mine, you're odd because it's an oil. Whenever you do oil, oversaturate, blend too much to the point it gets muddy. Dude, muddy is a way of life, man. Muddy is mud. Muddy happened. Look at my painting from yesterday. I don't know if you were here. This is my painting from yesterday. This is total mud. Look at that mud there. I mean, I did use a lot of brown, so technically, like, that was the color I picked. I didn't accidentally mix this color. But yeah, like, talking about mud, this is mud, dude. Get that mud. Paint that mud. Paint that mud. And then you just start to realize, like, oh no, oh, look at this cat up here. Look at him trying to get up there. so funny. I love cats. Alright, so we're going to go right here. He's got the shadow in the eye right there. Let's add a little bit of a highlight. Let's go... Oh yeah, you know, I should lay my colors down ahead of time. But this one is this yellow. Mix the yellow, white. You know what, I think I've got enough color right here. So we're going to go grab some of our yellow here. Let's go. I'm not actually spending too much time on the faces of these figures here, but just enough to, you know, capture the idea of them. This one currently looks like Iron Man. Get that mud. You know what, I think with this, let's see, I think I need to move this over a little bit more. Like right there, so that I can paint into this without stressing too much about. So Josh, do you have an Instagram? Do you want to share? Do you want to share your artwork here? I don't know if I asked you this earlier. I know I offered somebody else, but I didn't offer to everybody. But yeah, if you want to share your artwork, if you want to share your artwork here, if you want to talk about it, let me know. I am usually always very happy to, you know, be able to put other people's work, share their Instagrams. If you have Instagram, you know, that's probably the best way. Or whatever social media platforms you upload your artwork to. I'm totally happy to share it on here. You don't have a phone that could do that though right now. You don't have a phone. I have a phone, is what I'm saying. Like, I can pull up your Instagram and share the work on here for you, is what I'm trying to say. If that's what you want to do, you don't have to. And totally optional. I just like to do that for viewers here. is share the work of others, share the art and the creativity of other people. But of course, I don't know your age. So obviously if you're under the age of 18, I would recommend not doing it. As a matter of fact, I might have to object if you're under the age of 18, but to share your social media for your artwork. Again, I don't need to know your age. That is, your own privacy. You don't have to share it. But that is a consideration as far as, sharing the work is concerned. All right, well, hey, if you're over 18, let me know. Yeah, just let me know your Instagram or whatever page you want me to pull up here, and I'm happy to do it. Just type it in the box here if you want. Again, privacy. We all, some people don't like sharing their social media. Up to you, dude, or dudette. I don't know. Whatever, however you want to do it. And let's see, we're gonna go and let's add. We're going to add some red highlight into this hair here. Oh, you mean you don't even have a phone that you can upload in general? Is that what you're saying? Okay. You don't have a camera, nothing? Oh, no camera, nothing. Oh. Alright. Maybe next time. I'm going to take some of this red and let's just purplify it. So I'm going to grab some of this dark blue, mix it in with some of this red, and this is going to help us create some of our shadows. We're working on here. We're gonna go just darken some of these shadows here. No camera. Yeah, I mean, that can definitely make it much harder to share the work. Boy. Alright, so here we go. I'm going to add the shadow right into here. And let's add some shadow around this piece right here. Very bright guy. This guy's very bright. Very bright yellow. Up the back of the heel here. And then pop up on his heel, come around upwards. And let's grab let's create a nice natural color for this sandal here. A wooded color, we'll call it. Just to create the separation between top and the bottom. And follow a little bit more of a natural foot curvature. And then what are we going to do about the straps? I guess the straps can still be this this color, but I want to lighten the straps just a little bit with the white. To give them a more leather look. Oh, all right. So there's a reason for this area right here. We're gonna go. I'm gonna come around the front side of the leg right here, and then there's a strap that comes up. I think what I also should have done is given it a much better color separation, because I think right now all the colors are so bright that it just, you know, the lack of values really pushes something's heart or doesn't create enough separation. But you know what? We'll keep going with this. We'll stick with it and see how we can update it eventually. Sounds good. You can't. So, do you have a laptop? You don't have a camera on your laptop that you could take photos of right now? I mean, again, you don't have to. I'm just like trying to throw out some ideas here. Like, there's got to be a way you can share and distribute photos right now. There must be a way. Take photos on your laptop. And let's go with our dark shade of this for an outline. Still trying to figure out where to get sent high quality. Right on. All right, cool. That's fine. And let's do this. We're going to go with this orange color. Darken it a little bit. And we're going to find a nice way to create the shadow here. So let's go up. Let me see what I can do with this face up here. Oh, this would be a good shadow. Let's go like this. We're gonna define our shadows around the face just a little bit better here. Got a nice shadow right here. And then just going around like so. Let me grab an even smaller brush here. I have a nice, really fine tip brush, and I think I can use this to carve out a nice dark shadow right underneath the eyes here. And then throw in a little around the ear. And let's see, paint this up a bit. My face will probably still need a little bit more work, but I think I could still separate some of these areas with some line work. Huh. Yeah, one thing is I don't really like to paint too small. I have a really difficult time with it. But I do it anyway just to give myself that challenge. And you know what? I like how this is coming along, bringing some of these colors into the shadows here. Let's see. Bring in some of our highlight color. Just round out the mouth a little bit better. Round out the nose. Get around the shape of that face. And I'm just using this brush, the smaller brush, just to get into some of the other details, but I don't think I'm going to dive in too far to make this super specific. Because there's so many details in this. That, you know, probably helps to leave a little to the imagination. And here we go. I definitely find, like, since we're talking about, like, talking while streaming earlier, it's definitely harder to talk during when I paint like this versus when I do my other paintings. But somehow, you know, you just find a way to make it work. Here we go. So we're going to get the ear down here. Just a little bit more mass around, a little bit on top. Let's see, where do we go with this? This needs to be tightened up a bit. Let's add some shadow into this right now. going with the fabric. The way I see it, if somebody was able to sculpt it, then it must be drawable. And you know what? I think that's okay. Let's see. We're gonna go add one little piece right there. That piece. Boom. Another fabric wrinkle right there. Fabric is not the most important part, so that's okay. Leave it a little bit. Just want to do a little bit of a blending to create less of a hard surface, a hard edge. Let's see, let's just add a little bit of these strokes into his hair. A couple of these strokes into his hair. And let's go grab some of this red here. And we want to reduce the yellowness of this area because it looks too much like the body. I think this can help to create some separation as well. You know what, let's move on to our other part. Start painting that upside down. So here we go. By the way, sometimes I have a hard time telling if I'm blocking the camera. So let me see if I'm actually blocking the camera. Yeah, no, I'm not really blocking it, am I? Because I'm like right here. Yeah, okay. Not blocking it. Good. Thank you. Good to know. I'm talking to myself. All right, here we go. We're going to flip this around. Let's paint this. All right. Now let's find a good brush for this. We're going to go with the Golden Crown. Let's clean this brush off here. We're going to do this one. By the way, I keep saying this, but I guess some of you don't know exactly what I mean by this. We're working on this dude right here. And I've already lost some of the color because I started this painting quite a while ago. So I'm just going to do my best to grab a blue that I feel comfortable matching into. Maybe add some black. And let's see. I have a dark color right now. This could be good for shadow. So let's just go shadow into here. Not a hard shadow. Let's see if we could find a good mix for this. We're gonna go white and then into our yellow. That's okay. I think I need to thin these legs out a little bit. So that will happen at some point. Let's get into the face. Some of the facial construction here. The neck is blocked off, so that's okay. And we're gonna go there needs to be some space for the hair. And I guess the nose will go directly into the mouth. And then an ear. Let's go with the ears. Right over here. And I just paint this way because I know eventually I'm going to modify it, but let me grab an orange. We're going to go with an orange-esque crown. Go with a gold color. Actually, you know what? Let's go with this gold color here. Gold yellow. And then we're going to darken this with some blue. And we got the crown. So he doesn't really have anything else on him. So we just have to work with building up the features. Let's see, I wonder if I can actually use this color elsewhere. See, maybe right here? Yeah, there we go. We can use some of this color right there. Let's grab our blue again. Create a bit of a shadow color. We're going to go and let's see, we're going to go up around this side of the leg, come down. You can actually bring in some of the toe. You know what I want to do right now? I'm going to paint the outside of this. I'm going to paint it black. Actually, I'm going to paint it a little bit less, slightly off black. Want it to feel like it disappears, which means I will have to let the background dry, or the side ground dry a little bit before I start painting in some of these other areas. But at least it'll be painted in so that I can know, like, I can get a visual view of what the boundaries of the painting is. Michael Wilbur, what's up, dude? Where's this source of imagery? Where's this source of imagery coming from? I will share that in just a moment. Let me cover the top of this real quick. Let me share this real quick. Let me cover the top of this border. So what's going on? Happy New Year. A book. Yeah, a book. Yeah, I guess it sounds, it's like, who gets their ideas from a book? I get my ideas from all over the place. But this one specifically is a book, and there's a reason for it. By the way, the book doesn't actually tell me like the colors of the paint. It just gives me the designs, and I build based on the designs. So just painted the edges for now. Now we'll start. We'll give a little bit of a. We'll call it art history. So Vincent van Gogh, when I was studying his work, I was studying his drawings. Oh, very nice. I love this painting, by the way. This is pencil, pen, ink, the Gate in Paris. And I was studying his work, literally just copying his drawings by hand. I have the YouTube videos up, you know, they're live streams. But I was studying his work, and, you know, I would copy his drawings. And as I copied his drawings, I would find images that would say things like, after Berg. So you could see this. This is study of a male. Actually, this should say after Berg, but for some reason these don't say after Berg. They should though, because I think they're after Berg. But let me find an exact example that actually says after Berg. But this is a good example. It says after Berg, Bargu. I don't know exactly how to pronounce his name. This is also after Berg, after Holbein, after Berg, after Holbein. And I think that's the last example here. But when I went to go research what that meant, after Berg, what after Berg actually meant, I found that Vincent, in his early studies, basically just copied drawings from Charles Berg. He basically just copied drawings from Charles Berg, and that was how he studied in the first like 5 years of. He copied through this book like 5 times. Not this specific book, but from this specific artist who this book was actually designed to teach drawing. And Vincent van Gogh, here's another fun fact. Vincent van Gogh's brother, his family owned a print company, Goupil et Cie, which means Goupil and others, I think. And they were the first publishers of this material. So you could see this was actually literally the exact copy that was in the book a moment ago. And yeah, so Vincent copied and copied and copied, and that's really how he began to learn how to draw, was by copying. So instead of just copying the drawings as drawings, I decided to copy the drawings as paintings. Details is what makes a painting. Dottism, pointillism, yes. But I'm gonna go for another 18 minutes. We're gonna go till a 5-hour stream, and then I'm gonna take a break, people. I am definitely due for a break. It's been quite a while today. And I'm sure some of you are also tired of watching me. So, sometimes, you know what? It's hard to like break away from a stream. I get it. Well, I'm sure if you were tired of watching, you probably would have stopped watching by now, but, and I totally appreciate you that are watching for being here. And at the same time, you know, sometimes you gotta break away. And let's grab a shadow color here. We're gonna use a nice little shadow color for our face. And let's see how we can do this. Alright. Some good shadows here, but I need it around the face here. Actually, you know what? This is actually a pretty good shadow already. What's happening here? I'm just going to bring this down a little bit further. Another shadow. Let's add this shadow. Make it a little bit of a brighter. It's a little too dark, too much separation, too hard of a shadow. And let's see. So we're going to bring this shadow up here. The shadow down. And we're going to bring this shadow. This whole arm should be pretty much in shadow. And you know what? Let's get this bottom area. We're going to give him a red, nice red platform to stand on. Copying makes you better. I'd agree. Yeah. Copying is a great way to go. So if anything, you know, these paintings right here that I'm working on, I mean, they're as much of a study as they are, you know, full-on paintings. These are as much studies as they are full-on paintings. Let's grab some more red here, grab some yellow, grab some white, go back to the red. I'm going to go around the front of this. Just coming across here. And by the way, this isn't like really like a tutorial on how to paint super specific, you know, a very specific tutorial on how to paint. If anything, you know, the ideas that I feel would probably be best to take away for anybody watching is get creative, people. That is the message. You know what? I said I would be about 18 minutes, but I think I'm about, oh my goodness. Eddie Sedgwick, what's going on? Yellow boots, yellow platform. You said you want a yellow platform? Well, see, I already made it red. What's up, Sedgwick? How's it going? NYC, New York City. Fantastic. Where I am in Los Angeles. So that's where I am streaming from. So great to hear from some people across the country in New York City. We're going to go around here. Let's add some of this red into these areas. And just enjoy what I'm doing. Thank you. Thank you for the wisdom there. I will definitely enjoy what I'm doing. And here we go. Let's clean this brush off. Montesano. All right, fantastic. People from all over the world. Now clean off this brush right now. Wow, there's a whole continent and 4 time zones between us. Yes, an entire continent. Isn't that great? Isn't that exciting? You know, Michael, I feel like you're a very lucky charm to have in here, because as soon as you popped in here, a lot of people decided to join us, which is awesome. But sadly, I'm actually about to tune out here in just a moment. I'm going to check out. But I feel the need to like sketch out one more thing, but I just don't know what yet. What or where? There's just so much going on in this painting. You know what? I know what I want to do. Let's go like this. I'm still gonna have to work on this top part quite a while. I don't think it's ready to be finished tonight, but I do know what I want to put down here. And let's do this. It's gonna be a buttocks. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna make this figure red. Let's see. Let's sketch with navy blue black. So we're going to grab some of this black, mix it with our navy blue, and that's how we're going to get our shadow. And get a butt right here. It's actually... The hard part is getting this figure to disappear past the horse. So here's what I'm going to do. Let's actually start like this. Just sketching out the space here. And this is going to come around, and right above here, right around here, we're going to go up. By the way, this is a... What medium am I using? I'm using oil paint. This is all oil paint. Some brushes. Yes, make some brushes with my own hair. That's an idea I got one day. Not now, but this is oil paint. And what we're working on now is I'm working on another figure. But what I do with this specific painting is my goal has been to do like painted collages. So that's been my goal. And let's see, this is coming up, so that's right around there. I think this should be right around here. And let's see how this form goes. 1, 2, 3. So this is 1, 1, 2, 3. Should go up to right around here. So let's bring this down. Can't get the lines like that with acrylics. What do you mean lines like this? I'm actually not too familiar with acrylics. I've never used it. I started specifically with oil because I knew that that's the medium I wanted to work with. So honestly, I have no context, virtually no context when it comes to working with acrylic or anything else. You know what? I recently got an amazing Christmas present. I got a set of watercolors. How exciting is that? So with this watercolors, I get to push my boundaries a bit. It's really hard to draw with a horse's head in the way because you really gotta make oils and alkyds get you breathing room. This is how fast they dry. You feel rushed when using them. Gives you breathing room. Yeah. I mean, and you know what? The more and more ideas I get for painting, the more and more, you know, every medium has its purpose. Like, there's so many things I can't do in oil. Like, you know, I can't do a hard edge painting in oil because I have to wait for every single layer to dry. And that's really annoying in oil. Gotta wait for every single layer to dry. You just can't do that with oil. I mean, you can. Of course, you can wait for every layer to dry, but it just doesn't feel right. And let's see. So we've got this, and then we've got the sheet right here. We're gonna go down here into the sheet. You know, I've already started to ignore the fundamentals of drawing when I started doing this. When I got back into doing this, which is kind of bad. The fundamentals of drawing being that, you know, just fundamentals, just the fundamentals. Sketching out the area, the space. I think this can go down like so. Into that head, and then this can actually come up, and we're gonna have an arm right here. The arm's gonna fall right into this little area right here, this crook of the arm, and then we're gonna come around like this, and let's go up. Just scratch some of the shape up right there. And honestly, this piece can probably come up and then around. Honestly, I probably shouldn't be using black because it can totally transform the way everything looks. Especially if it gets onto other parts of the painting. But I love to just do things that you're not supposed to do. I like to shake up the rules a bit just to do things differently. So that's okay. But, you know, I got this basic sketch down. Let me see how much further I could take this. Get the neck right here. I could probably eventually blend this black, so I don't need to worry too much about it. And then up here is the head. All right, we're going to miss the body, but at least we get the butt, and that's what we're aiming for. Let's see. All right. Well, Sedgwick. Acrylic, you can also use it as watercolor too. Do I paint in public? Eddie. Does Eddie paint in public? So, good question. Eddie, Eddie, you know what you're doing. You sound like an artist as well. Let's I'm going to take a break from painting now, but let's all share each other's work. Artwork. If you want to be public with your artwork, feel free to type your Instagram or your Pinterest or your Cara into the comments, and I'm happy to give you a little promo or a big promo. Not a little promo, a big promo. Promotion. This is totally an open, commercial-friendly stream where if you want to talk about the things that you do, if you want to share and promote your artwork, feel free to share. Well, you know, interesting enough, only a few people ever take me up on this. Like 1 out of every, 20 people that I ask ever takes me up on this. Which, I'm kind of, I will be honest, I'm kind of disappointed by that fact. I really would love to just constantly be connected with more and more artists. Constantly. On YouTube, off YouTube. Omizu Paints, who's also here sometimes, is definitely great at building a community. So those of you who want that too, I mean, community of artists, not a commune, but a community. All right, but I need a break now, and we will review anybody who shares their piece in just a moment. But I need to wrap up my stuff. You know what I do think is interesting as well is I do realize that some people go online, they don't want to be known, they want to remain anonymous. So I totally understand that too. If you want to remain anonymous, that's awesome, that's fantastic, that's fine. Question people ask, like, how long have I been painting? Oh, that's a great idea, dude. When someone asks you how long you've been painting when you're out and about, you say 15 minutes. That's a great answer. No matter how far along it looks, you just say 15 minutes. Because if it looks very far along, people will be like, wow, you did that in 15 minutes. But if it hasn't been very far along, or you're just a slow painter, people will be like, oh, wow, okay, so you still got a long ways to go. There is no downside to saying you've been painting for 15 minutes. That's like the perfect number. Tips from the professional artist. So, you're making a car. My goodness. The wittiness of Michael Wilbur is brilliant. All right, so let's do a little tour here. Here's some fun paintings that I have. Has Cedric shared his promo? No, he has not. Cedric has not. Yes, Joshua is in line, but he has not shared his painting. So, you will be in line and you will have a spot. But here's a painting I made of my partner sitting on a couch. If you look close enough, you'll find that I painted her 2 left feet. That was actually by accident. Someone thought this was Nicole Kidman. Some people thought that was Nicole Kidman. It's not. It's my partner, Kathleen, that y'all have seen. Her sitting on a couch. But obviously the couch is not here. I abstracted it, the background. Most people are fascinated and impressed by artistic skill. So this is a painting, a self-portrait. You know what's funny is it's really... If you really look closely, you could tell that it's really hard to make things up as you're painting. So I paint with gloves, and this was done, looking at it live, and you can actually see my hands here. Don't look exactly like hands because I was wearing gloves while painting these, and I made up what my hands will look like underneath gloves. But you can't fake. I can't just make up hands. So I did my best. But you can still tell that the shape of my hands are very glovey. And then up here, I actually painted over. It was a pot of sunflowers, but I decided to paint over it. I think it looks cooler now. I think it looks much more interesting now. But there we go. Yes. Painted Golden Gate Bridge. I put 3 spams on it when there were only 2 towers. Very nice. And let me share more. Here's some more my artwork. There's a painting I did yesterday, another self-portrait. there's the painting we did today. This is a painting in my living room. And then one of my larger pieces. And then there's some more paintings underneath that are stacked. And there's a big stack of paintings right there. But yes, I do paint in public. What else? Oh yeah, I need to take photos. I need to take photos of my paintings. So let's do that really quick. Before I wrap up. I'm going to do it with one hand. But I will wrap up here in just a moment. We are finishing up very soon. Oh, the bird? Yeah, I'll show you the bird. Hold on one second. You want to see the bird? We'll show you the bird. Alright, just want to take a photo of my paintings real quick. You want to see the bird? You want to see our cat? My cats too? I show my cats a lot. I rarely ever show the bird. All right, it's the bird. How you doing? She's got a huge cage. This is a mansion for a small bird. And her favorite toy right here is a mirror. She loves to be able to see herself in a mirror. So does that make her a narcissist? I don't know. The narcissistic bird who loves herself. See, we got her a partner one time, but she was constantly attacking her partner. Like, she would just like peck at him if he got too close. And she didn't like having a partner. And one day, my partner went to feed the bird, and her partner totally escaped and ran away. And I think our current bird is just so much happier by herself and her reflection in the mirror, this little narcissist. But you know what? It's good that a narcissist can be happy just being themselves. It's great. So that's her. I don't remember her name, to be honest. It's either Sun or Moon. We named one of the birds Sun, one of the birds Moon. This bird was named before we got it. We rescued it. And honestly, I forget her name. I just call her Bird. And check out these 3 kittens right here. So we're going to go kittens. 1, 2, and then where's the third one? Is that, can you see that? Oh yeah, he's blending in. Let's see. Let's go. Oh, here we go. Let's just turn on some lights. So 1, 2, and then 3. Gray one. Yes. Look at her hiding back here. Look at this one. She's like trying to hide as if we can't see her. But, yep, they're great. So bye for now. When am I going to be back on? Today's been a long stream. Maybe sometime tomorrow afternoon. I need to take a break from painting for today. But tomorrow afternoon, after I get home from work, and we can chat then. So thanks everybody for being here. Eddie, shout out. Michael, Josh, of course, Dondrell was here earlier, Corey. All right, well with that, hey, take care everybody. Thanks and have a great day.